we could reshuffle the nameplates, Anna, so that everybody could be closer. I don't see that that's happened. I would still say that if you know who is not coming, would you just bring, as it were, the famous 40 closer, then those who are other participants at the, at the front end, there's a certain amount of anxiety that arises if you see acres of empty space ahead of you. Right. Paul, Peter, Santiago is here. I don't know. Soviano and Poonam. Anyway, so there's no formality associated with it. So firstly, thanks to all of those who put in the hard work. Second, the framework within which I approach this as the vice chairman of NITI Aayog is India's journey to becoming a developed economy by 2047. There were references to that. And so I think the way in which I was listening to the conversation yesterday is, what does India need from the world for its own transformation? And if India succeeds in its transformation, what does it mean for the rest of the world? So I think it's the 25-year perspective, and I don't think it's inappropriate for me to share with this group the formulation of my boss, the Honorable Prime Minister, which is that at a moment between the late 20s and 1947, 25 years, the prospect of Indian independence went from remote possibility to a reality. And so the challenge that the Prime Minister has put before the nation and indirectly before me is how to use the next 25 years to describe that trajectory. And many people here have associations and perhaps present associations with the World Bank. But incidentally, people at the end there, feel free to move forward because you are participants as well. So the challenge, therefore, is, I was going to say about the World Bank, that somewhere, it may have been in the Growth Commission or elsewhere, the actual track record of countries, and Santiago is here, and I think Latin America is a case in point, actually resting the tape, going from lower middle income, certainly to higher income, but certainly to advanced, is a very difficult journey. And Homi Kharas, who was here online yesterday, is credited with having provided the formulation of the middle income trap. And there's been a lot of debate about whether there's a middle income trap or no middle income trap. But the larger point is that achieving the Prime Minister's goals in those 25 years is a massive challenge. And as we've already seen, whatever precedents there were are impacted a less favorable global environment. So it's in that context that processing what happened yesterday, that was how I was achieving these inputs. And I think various points stick out, and then I'll turn to the chair of the next session. But I think the first point, was it either Albert or Paul, I forget, that we really are at an epoch transition in the location of the global economy and society. So that has to be reflected in global governance, and we're finding that difficult. Second, I think what was very evident is that we continue to be in a world of nation states. We do not have machinery of global governance. Now, at the time of US hegemony, Second World War, treaty-based international institutions, including the UN, were created. They were meant to be a surrogate for global governance after the failure of the League of Nations. But what we're seeing now was all of that worked if there was an implicit carve-out for certainly the US and to some extent the G7. Really, in that sense, we're not universal institutions, and one case in point was Nixon unilaterally abandoning Bretton Woods for domestic political reasons. So those are the realities that even though there's lip service to global public goods, as recently as yesterday, just reading this morning's papers, I read that the climate ministerial was not able to reach any conclusion because there was no agreement on burden sharing. So that's the world we're in. And the issue is, should we despair? What kind of role do middle powers like India, but which is expected to be on a trajectory from being the fifth largest to the third largest economy, what contribution and role should they play? And how do we give substance to the commitment of the G20 to robust or strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth? And I think what Homi and others had to say yesterday, or no, Robert more than Homi, about the penalties of not paying attention to the inclusive part is a very important takeaway for all of us, and I would say is baked into the development vision that our Prime Minister has. We have a phrase in Hindi, साथ सबका विश्वास है, sorry, विकास, सबका प्रयास is also part of that, or yeah, yeah, okay. But the point is, no one left behind. And then we have to ask about whether this is at a domestic level, whether it's a global level. So, we today will be talking in the remaining sessions about the geopolitics of global governance, and most importantly, and the last is by no means the least, talking about inclusion in an uncertain world. So that's the link between what happened yesterday and what happened today. And I won't prattle on. At this point, I move to my role as MC and would like to introduce the chairperson of this panel. And Ananta, you weren't here yesterday, but we don't spend a lot of time on introductions, but essentially you call upon your speakers in whatever sequence you've agreed. And if you wish to frame the goals of the session, you're welcome to do so. So, as I already mentioned, Dr. Nathan Nageshwaran is Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance. And prior to this appointment, he has worked as a writer, author, teacher, and consultant supported various business schools and institutes of management in India and in Singapore, and has published extensively scholarly articles and is very prominent in the business press. He was dean of the IFMR Graduate School of Business and a distinguished visiting professor of economics at Pure University. Both of these are in South India, and has also been a part-time member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India 2019 to 2021, and we will follow same drill as yesterday, a series of discussion leads. I don't believe that they are presentations. Then Q&A amongst what remains of the famous 40. Then we would have the option of the chair, either Q&A, either responses for the panel, or we'll bring in the expert, who is my distinguished colleague and member, Niti Aayog, Ramesh Chand. And then if there's time, we'll invite some questions from the floor. With that, Anand, thank you for making it convenient to be here. Over to you.
Thank you, Suman. Good morning, everybody. I must commend Niti Aayog for putting this topic on the agenda, multilateralism, geopolitics, governance, and the global commons. In fact, we all know it's a truism that there is no politics without economics, and there is no economics without politics, and there is no multilateralism without taking geopolitics into consideration. We know that multilateralism, and after the end of the World War II, there were attempts to create multilateral institutions in the aftermath of World War I as well, but that met with a little success. In fact, if we analyze the causes for multilateralism to take off and flourish after World War II, not after World War I, we might in fact be able to understand some of the reasons as to why it is currently floundering. In fact, end of World War I, the kind of obligations and reparations imposed on Germany created the preconditions for the emergence of World War II, indeed. So are we in one such situation now? Because post-World War II, the victors, although the camp split immediately after the end of War II, victors were able to take an attitude of enlightened self-interest and, combined with magnanimity, were able to create several institutions that stood the test of time for several decades. They have currently come under strain. In fact, we are having this discussion within a week or two of two important books having been released, one by Neil, who, along with William Strauss, co-wrote The Fourth Turning, and another book by Peter Persson, both of which have been reviewed by Francis Fukuyama for New York Times. So is this an inevitable part of the cycle that nations and globe itself goes through? In other words, do things have to get worse before they get better? Alternatively, in order to make sure that multilateralism works in the interest of global commons and global public goods, for example, do we need a Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Global Commons, similar to what South Africa did at its independence, on topics such as global warming and pandemic prevention? Therefore, should the topic of this session be how has geopolitics affected multilateralism and the governance of multilateral institutions? How far and how much has it come in the way of the provision of global commons and global public goods? So I would rephrase the title and convert them into two specific questions for my panelists to address. Of course, I didn't share these questions with them before, so it is unfair to expect that their prepared remarks will address these, but maybe the ensuing discussions can focus on these two aspects. So with that preamble, it is my great pleasure to invite the first speaker, Ms. Mary Pangetsu, former Managing Director of the World Bank, from Indonesia. She was former managing director of development policy and partnerships. She possesses extensive expertise in international trade, investment, and development. As Indonesia's Minister of Trade and Tourism, she had contributed significantly to policy making. Additionally, he served as a senior fellow and professor at various prestigious academic institutions. So each of the panelists will speak for about 12 minutes, and I will then throw the floor open. In case I have a question or two to ask, I will ask them at the end of their remarks, and then I'll throw the floor open for questions and discussions, at the end of which I will invite the expert, Ms. Dr. Ramesh, to share his remarks, and then let's take it from there depending on the time availability. So with that, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Mary Panjitsu to make her opening remarks. Each of them have 12 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Namaste. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy and it's a great honor to be here at this very important meeting happening at a very important juncture in the G20, India G20 process. I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'm afraid you're going to have to look at me instead of the PowerPoint. I'd like to make 3 points in my remarks. First, why multilateralism and maintaining the global economic order is still key, given all the challenges we have. And second, what is the kind of multilateralism and global economic order we need to have? And finally, what it means for the institutions and multilateral institutions and processes, including regional institutions and processes that we have now. So that's kind of the recommendation part of it. So let me start with why multilateralism and maintaining the global economic order is important. I think it's very clear from all that we discussed yesterday that the global economic order is at risk of becoming frayed and dysfunctional because of many reasons. One is the decline in US leadership and the shift in hegemonic interests and domestic constituents. I think populism, the rise of populism was mentioned yesterday, makes the US less willing or capable to lead the public good outcome of the previous global economic order of an open and rules-based economic order. We have the China-US competition and geopolitical tensions leading to new divisions. And you have, yesterday we had a number of presentations which showed the structural changes in the world, and we are moving from a unipolar to a multipolar world of economic power with a clear emergence of developing economies. And this is why the discussion about Global South in the G20 year of India becomes very relevant. And second, given this threat and the global challenges that we face, we need multilateralism even more than ever. Multilateralism, I would say, is the prerequisite to managing transition from a unipolar world to a stable multipolar new order. Not a US bloc of friends or allies and friends, not a China bloc, and neither, I would say, a Global South bloc. It has to be a bloc that is pursuing agreed shared principles and rules. We still need rules and norms to stop free riding and bad behavior. I mean, the whole global economic order and rules-based and so on is intended to stop bad behavior or constrain bad behavior by members and also the leader. And now we are seeing, obviously, the rise of protectionism and rules of the WTO, like non-discrimination and so on, being violated, leading to better thy neighbor policies. Yesterday, we had lots of comments on the US industrial policy and how it really does break the WTO rules and leads to provoking action by others. So multilateralism is also needed to address the global common challenge, whether it's climate, health, or I would argue that because G20 is about growth, slow growth trajectory that we are facing today and how much that's hurting developing countries. And I would argue that trade and investment is still a crucial part of that growth story. Okay, so secondly, what kind of global economic order do we want? I think we want one that continues to deliver not just growth, but sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development. I think that's a wide agreement on that. and peace. You know, the original way it was termed global public goods was growth and peace, but I think it's about sustainable development. And it is about being resilient enough to manage global risks and disruptive technological innovations. I think we heard a lot about that yesterday. It's climate, it's technology, and I would say the debt crisis, energy and food security, and finally, cohesive enough to manage systemic crisis. I mean, we learned a lot about that during the pandemic and now as we face the climate crisis. So what kind of multilateralism and multilateral institutions are going to be fit for purpose given that current context that I tried to describe to you? And I think yesterday everybody reminded us, including Subramaniam G, that we have to take given the current situation, which is the security concerns and the geopolitics. The ongoing US-China geopolitics is not going to go away anytime soon, and the social and political conditions that are facing countries. So we have to take that as a given. So I think this is really the starting point. And I think it's about multilateralism and open regionalism and international openness, which is essential to secure sustainable development and peace. That's really my main message. Now, let's have a bit of a discussion about what that means. Moving forward, what does that mean for the governance and different multilateral and regional institutions? I think multilateralism and international cooperation to address shared global challenges relative to traditional and non-traditional security challenges is going to be important. And there's opportunity to cooperate based on shared interests. And I'm an optimist. Many are very pessimistic about multilateralism, but I'm a diehard multilateralism and probably an optimistic diehard multilateralist. Look at a half glass full. And I believe that while many things didn't work in the multilateral and global economic order, it's not about breaking down finding a new order or breaking down the institutions, but it's about building, evolving the existing institutions and processes. That's kind of my main message. And at the end of the day, if you look at what's happened in the last 8 decades, I use the word concerted unilateralism. So at the end of the day, you do sign on the WTO agreement, but what happens is countries are the ones that do the action. We signed up to Paris, but it's countries that do the action. So some are binding, like the WTO, some are not binding, but it's about getting the international cooperation, the international discussion and dialogue and the conversation to agree what we need to do and how we need to get there, and give the confidence. Confidence comes from others doing it. Confidence comes from capacity building. Confidence comes from not just the promise and pledges of resources, but real resources coming through if you did what you were agreed to do. And I think the other dimension, which we didn't really talk about, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. In the new multilateralism, it's not just state to state. There's the private sector. You know, the technology story was very clearly a private sector issue, and self-governance also in the private sector, and how to incorporate the society. So I think to go to the multipolar world and seeing how can we move forward without the U.S. leadership accounting for the geopolitics. It's about the shared interests of the global south, of the middle powers, who are outside of the bipolar world. And I think our shared interest is still about open trade and investment. It's about navigating and managing the bifurcation between US and China. I mean, yesterday, very powerful presentations about the costs of decoupling. If you actually have total decoupling, the cost is very high. And guess who pays? It's the developing countries that will pay. What emerges in this whole decoupling, or it's now softened to de-risking, accounting for security concerns. We see economic instruments being used. How can we manage that, at least constrain that, so that the damage is minimized? That, to put it the first best is not to have all this happen, but let's face it, the reality is there. So second best, how do we minimize the damage? And then there's this big, the other shared interest, I would say, is the green transition. I mean, yesterday's discussion was a powerful, I think, wholehearted support for green transition coming from developing countries. And I think that's the big shift in the last few years, where developing countries were not, were saying, no, climate is a luxury. We don't have the resources. We want to focus on growth. I think that whole debate has totally changed. Having been very involved in this in the last 3 years, I think the whole debate has changed. But developing countries are asking, okay, we now see that we need to address climate, otherwise we will not develop, but we need resources, we need technology, and so on. So the idea is not to create a new order or institution, but reform, evolve, and strengthen, and continue to agree on principles, norms, and standards. And what you need to have happen is a multi-pronged approach to building the existing systems. So I'm going to focus on trade because that's kind of my area of knowledge and expertise. And yesterday, our G20 Sherpa, Amitabh Khan, mentioned that the resilience of global value chains, facilitating investment, unlocking ICT, and pushing back on protectionism, WTO reforms, including dispute resolution, were key in the G20 agenda. And I think Subramaniamji also mentioned that India will be hurt with its green transition if it is not integrated with the world economy. I'm reading you from yesterday. So I think we all believe that this is key and this is important. So what does it mean for the processes and the institutions that we have? And I'll start with G20. G20 hopefully can overcome, since 2016, G20 has been somewhat absorbed in communique language. During Trump years, it was taking everything that said multilateral out. Now we know paragraph 3 and 4 is about war, right? So unfortunately, it's very unfortunate, but we hopefully we can rise above that and go into the substance. G20 is about agreeing at the political will of what needs to be done collectively, with the principles, norms, and standards. And then it's taken normally elsewhere to negotiate, whether it's the other WTO or other fora, or the G20 actually acts on it, like the concerted fiscal stimulus in response to the global financial crisis. So I do think G20, especially with including the Global South in there, is key. How do you give the Global South a voice? Let me share with you 3 thoughts. Global South can be at the table. Some of them are at the table in G20. It could be represented at the table. For instance, Indonesia represents ASEAN, and we always get ASEAN to be invited as an observer. Even if you're not at the table, can you observe? Yeah. So these are just, instead of just, G21 is not the only answer. That's what I'm trying to say. So I think I've run out of time, so I couldn't get into some of the ideas, but let me just, I had some comments on climate and development, but I'll reserve that for the question and answer. Let me just focus on trade very briefly. I think it should be a multi-pronged strategy. WTO reforms, yes, focusing on the dispute settlement to begin with, because I think that's very important for the Global South. And you can also think about other important areas such as plurilateral initiatives, or what we call Club of Clubs initiatives. There's one that's called MPIA, Multi-Party Interim Appeal Arbitration, which is involving 53 countries, includes China, Japan, EU, and Australia. It's basically continuing the appeal process, but not within the WTO, but using mirroring exactly that. So it's basically why so keep the bicycle moving in terms of having open, rules-based, inclusive trade happen. And I mentioned this yesterday, the security clause. How can we codify the grounds for using security in restricting trade? And it's going to spill over into defining the criticality of goods that you can use trade restrictions or temporary and so on and so forth. And finally, outside of the WTO, the Club of Clubs can be on a thematic basis, like what's happening in services, e-commerce, and digital. And even if the US is not there, you can continue. And I would say regional trade agreements is the other route that I would really push strongly. And here, I think you mentioned it yesterday, also deep regional trade agreements. So what doesn't happen in the multilateral system can continue to happen in the regional trade agreements. So deeper regional trade agreements, which will include competition policy, given what's happened with the big technology companies, services, labor and environment, and I would say trade and climate is another dimension within the multilateral as well as the regional that can also be addressed. And partnerships. All of the Asian agreements have partnership in there, regional comprehensive partnership agreements, because it's about capacity building and working with different levels of development, but purely real capacity building combined, hopefully, with financial and technology support to make that happen. And so my final call is we did have this paragraph, I think a couple of years back. I think I would try to find that paragraph and revive it. It basically says the G20 countries support a rules-based multilateral trading system, but also supports regional or pathways or different pathways to achieve this, but in an open and inclusive way, right? So it's about open regionalism and making sure you are open. Even plurilateral agreements need to be inclusive, allowing observers who have not actually signed up to actually be included in the discussions. Let me close there. I apologize for taking 1 or 2 minutes longer.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was very comprehensive list of issues that you raised. I just wanted to leave a thought with you. We may come back to it later, not immediately. You said multilateral institutions and club of clubs could be one way, but will they facilitate or run counter to multilateralism? That's one question that I had for you. And you also spoke earlier in your remarks about norms and rules to prevent free riding. So what could they be that multilateralism is not hampered? So these are the two questions I wanted to leave with you. I'm going to take a small deviation from the order in which the discussion leaders have been mentioned. I'm going to take the liberty of asking Ram Madhav ji to come last because it is not the least. Geopolitics is important. Without geopolitics, we don't move forward on multilateralism, especially in the current context. So I want his remarks to be the final word. I will say so. So in that sense, I'm going to now request Mr. John Louis Arkan, President, Global Development Network, to take the floor for the benefit of the assembled guests here. He's a Canadian economist and professor of economics at the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Geneva, as well as an affiliate professor at the Université Mohammed VI Polytechnic in Rabat. He's a founding fellow of the European Development Research Network. He has previously taught at the University of Montreal and has been a visiting professor at various universities. Mr. John Louis Arkan, the floor is yours.
I just thank Jean-Louis. There were the hiccup in getting Donald Kaberuka to be present. He'd been committed, but there were logistical problems. And at the last moment, Jean-Louis has volunteered. Thank you, Jean-Louis.
Pleasure, and it's a pleasure to be here. Yes, I am not Donald Kaberuka. The only thing we share is that I happen to have been born in Africa, just like him. I'm born in Cameroon. I'm going to talk in the context of this session 5 on health and vulnerability, something which has been patently absent from what we've talked about over the past day. Perhaps in some sense, it's sort of we're all tired of dealing with health issues after COVID. It's sort of like British friends with Brexit; they just don't want to talk about it anymore. But at some point, I think, especially in the context of G20, we do have to talk about health and vulnerability, what the G20 can do about this, and the link that it has to the global South. And I'm going to have a very simple structure to this presentation. And basically, I'm going to make 3 arguments. When health involves positive externalities, multilateralism and sort of the global system, global governance seems to have no trouble handling it, or relatively little trouble handling it. So these are sort of no-brainer gains. That's the first point. I'll give 3 examples that where actually I've worked on, so I can actually say something intelligent about these examples. But there are many more, and a lot of people in the room could come up with other examples. Then the second point is going to be vulnerability to losses. I'm going to take the example actually of COVID, but not in the way you expect. Right? Not in sort of medical terms per se, not in terms of like vaccine nationalism, but actually the economic costs of COVID to the global south. And this is going to link up to what Harry started to say before me. And in some sense, this is why I put this as, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We have a lot of good intentions with respect to this, and in terms of the G20 countries, and especially the global north with respect to the global south. And maybe there's something that we can do about this. And then I'm going to conclude by trying to be a little bit more provocative in terms of G20 and the SDGs. I think then that'll allow to sort of meld into the geopolitics. So let me take the 3 examples. So this, for the economists in the room, not everyone, thank God, is an economist in this room, but for economists in the room, the conceptual framework that economists use to think about health and development is what's known as the Grossman model, where basically is both something which goes into the utility function and it's an investment. It's both a consumption good and it's an investment. So we value health because it makes people more productive, from one hand. On the other hand, it's also a consumption good in and of itself. And so when we look at at health, we look at indicators. We're not just interested, if we have some sort of intervention, and the examples I'm going to give are universal health coverage. That's a big one on the global stage. I've spent the past 15 years in Geneva, so I know a hell of a lot of people at the WHO, and this is the stuff they talk about all the time. That's what UHC is. Malaria eradication is another example of this, and then introductions of various types of vaccines. There's a novel TB vaccine which is going to start being introduced starting in 2028. All of these things, they have fairly good cost-benefit ratios. Sometimes the effect on growth is relatively small. But even if the effect on growth is relatively small, the effect on, again, the metric that people use in health, which are DALYs, disability adjusted life years, or quality adjusted life years, lives saved, deaths averted, the payoffs to these interventions are high, and the multilateral institutions exist to take care of these problems, right? I mean, we have institutions such as the WHO, sort of at the global level, and then we have sort of more specialized institutions such as Gavi or the Global Fund, basically to coordinate action on these global goods. So here's a typical example: UHC. This is work that I did with some colleagues at WHO. UHC, universal health coverage. So this is going in, for basically childhood diseases, non-communicable diseases, TB, HIV/AIDS. I'm just contrasting here India and China, the sort of estimates that one get. You see, you don't get huge impacts, it turns out, of these interventions in terms of GDP, in terms of growth. And this is really what we're talking about in terms of sustainable growth, right? People are healthier. On the other hand, in terms of averted deaths, for a country like India, moving to UHC, an awful lot of deaths. Okay, so that's one example. And these are no-brainers, right? I mean, this is stuff where, depending upon how you value the things, these are investments that should be made. And there's a global will to do this sort of thing. Second example, malaria. Okay, malaria, and this is even malaria. There's a whole literature on this. Malaria is another one of these things where global eradication is possible. We've made a lot of progress on this. It also happens to be pro-poor. It shifts basically the income distribution of endemic countries, shifts the PDF, the probability density function, to the right, right? So and it's basically a pro-poor intervention. Again, a no-brainer. Third one, novel tuberculosis vaccine. Okay, this novel tuberculosis vaccine, particularly it'll be Southeast Asia, which will benefit from the introduction of the novel tuberculosis vaccine. Also, big gains in India and big gains in Russia for various reasons I'm not going to go into. But again, these are examples of global goods where the multilateral system will help us adopt these, these interventions. And, these are no-brainers, very easy. Now let's look at the flip side. The flip side and COVID. Here is what we have is basically permanent impacts of transitory shocks. And the problem with COVID, and I'm not talking again about the vaccine per se, the problem with COVID is what happened in the global north. What happened in the global north is that we had shutdowns. We had shutdowns. Reasons. There's a whole literature on this. Friends at Imperial College did all sorts of, SIR models on people like me in the economics profession. We suddenly discovered epidemiology, right? When COVID struck, right? And we discovered all of this terminology, and we found out what our colleagues had been doing for years, and we found out we could actually read their stuff. The point is, we had shutdowns. What did shutdowns do in the global north? In OECD countries, let's say OECD plus China, right? What do? They led to massive recessions. Massive recessions. If you look at something, I'll come back to that thing in a second. If you look at the massive recessions that we had in the global north, we basically had roughly an 8 percentage point drop. You can argue about the actual number of percentage points. Percentage point drop in growth in global north. Okay. What happened then through, and this is where this links up to what Mari was saying. What happened then in the global south? And in particular, I'm going to focus on sub-Saharan Africa because I happen to have a strong link to sub-Saharan Africa. What happened in sub-Saharan Africa? This recession in the global north was transmitted to sub-Saharan Africa. The sort of estimates that you get for sub-Saharan Africa is that roughly 4 percentage points of growth were shaved off just through the recessions caused by lockdowns in the global north to sub-Saharan Africa. And the transmission mechanism through trade, there are other transmission mechanisms, but trade is particularly countries that were open to trade in sub-Saharan Africa, which got hit. Okay, but the graph that you have up here is simply, there are various ways in which you can do this. You can do this econometrically. This is just sort of basically back of the envelope calculation based on IMF World Economic Outlook, right? And what they had in terms of predictions for growth in Africa. And then that was in 2019, like in November 2019. Then you look in April 2021, and you look at what actually happened, right? Or what they were predicting was going to happen right after COVID. And you can see the hit. Okay? So that's the second part of the mechanism. What's the third part of the mechanism? The third part of the mechanism is this picture. And that is severe recessions in the global south. And in particular, and it's actually worse in sub-Saharan Africa with respect to other parts of the global south, severe recessions kill people. Okay, so what you have on the left-hand side here, these are like non-parent. This is controlling for a truckload of stuff. I'm not going to get into the econometrics. Okay, this is sort of like there's a whole literature, the pro-cyclicality or counter-cyclicality of and GDP in the north. Okay, tends to be counter-cyclical, right? But it's the opposite in developing countries. And in particular, what we have on the left-hand side in this picture here is the crude death rate. The right-hand picture, it's basically it's infant mortality, 0-5 mortality, and severe recessions, controlling for levels, okay? So controlling for the level of GDP per capita, severe recessions kill people, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Positive growth, strong growth, doesn't actually reduce mortality. That's why when you see in these pictures, you can sort of see the 95% confidence bands, it's flat to the right, okay? So when you do the back of the envelope, and you can do this with a linear specification, you get the same sort of result, okay? When you do a back of the envelope calculation and you put sort of all the numbers together, the sort of number that you get, the actual cost of COVID, just to sub-Saharan Africa, okay? Because of shutdowns in the global north, is that you have roughly 500,000 people killed, okay? So you're basically transferring deaths from the global north to the global south. Now, I'm not saying that there shouldn't have been, I'm not a denialist saying we shouldn't have done, there shouldn't have been shutdowns in the global north. That's not the point. But the point is, this is something which is not taken into account in any way, shape, form international community. And there are lots of examples like this where you have spillovers from policies in the global north and countries in the global south. This is where we need some kind of insurance mechanism. Okay? And in terms of G20 can do, I mean, one thing that I would call for essentially would be for ODA, and a lot of people who've called for this, ODA, Overseas Development, Official Development Assistance, for example, for Sub-Saharan Africa, has been declining over the past 10 years. It's been going down, 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 down. Right? ODA, again, let me be provocative here. ODA is not something which is going to spur growth. But on the other hand, it can be a very effective insurance mechanism, and it has to be counter-cyclical. Okay, so there's a little bit left, but that's a role that it can play. And let me conclude by being, this is something I get in trouble in Geneva for saying, and you'll understand why. So let me call on the G20 to put forward an NPT, a non-proliferation treaty on SDGs. You have 169 targets and 247 indicators. Who can make policy with 247 indicators to try to address, right? I mean, this is absurd. Okay, I know I'll get in trouble with the UN crowd here. Okay, who can be against motherhood? That's another way of putting it, right? And in some sense, sort of standard. This. Let me sort of cite Mansur Olson, right? You know, the logic of collective action. If you have a smaller group, that smaller group, which is G20, in contrast with the UN, should be able to focus not on 247 indicators, right? Probably sustainable growth is something tangible that G20 can actually do something about, right? It's tight. India can push this agenda, but I would just ask you to add one little codicil to this, which is so important for the world's poorest countries. You know, call it Sub-Saharan Africa, call it, you know, it could be LDC category. You know, some of us were in Doha, you know, for the LDC summit. But let's add an insurance mechanism for the poorest countries in the world. I'll stop there.
Thank you, John Larkand. It was a very good presentation. What I took away personally were two things. At the very beginning, you said good health may not necessarily mean good economic outcome, but definitely bad health leads to bad economic outcomes. And later on, you also said, while growth doesn't influence mortality decisions, so there is this interesting asymmetry in this, and public policy is all about asymmetry rather than linear relationships on either side. And I think that should also be part of how we look at multilateralism and the G20. We may not be able to create good multilateral outcomes just by having G20, but not having it may create to even worse fragmentation. So I think that is there is a basis here to start with G20. So and then your last comment about trying to be all things to all people with SDG goals and indicators doesn't necessarily mean good outcomes for sustainable development goals. So much to ponder about. Thank you very much. I now invite Sri Ram Madhavji to take the floor, and for the benefit of the audience here, Sri Ram Madhavji is an Indian politician, social leader, author, and thinker. Dr. Ram Madhav has curated significant global initiatives for India Foundation, served as a National General Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, overseeing political affairs in key regions. He is a renowned author with over 300 publications to his credit. So on the topic of geopolitics and multilateralism, I don't think the organizers, Niti Aayog, could have found a better speaker than him to share his thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nageshwaranji. Thank you, Dr. Bedi. Friends, namaskar. As the leader of the G20 of nations in this ongoing year, we have tried to share its wisdom with the rest of the world. So let me begin my presentation also with one of the India's recent beliefs about what we today call as global commons. Our ancient wisdom always stated that the creation was made of 5 elements. It contains 5 elements. We call them in Sanskrit as Vyapas, Tejo, Vayu, Akash. This is India's very ancient belief. Element, our earth, our oceans, our energy sources, our environment, and our space and outer space and cyberspace. We believed that these five elements constitute the entire creation. Hence, there should be out of bounds sovereign national governments. This has been the ancient thinking of this country. What we are calling as global commons today has always been held as for the benefit of entire humanity. So when we created the global multilateral institutions, most successful ones after the Second World War, in the form of the United Nations and its many allied organizations, the original focus should have been about these five elements. It has been, I'm not denying that. But as my previous speakers also directly, indirectly mentioned, the effort has not been so very successful. For various reasons, one reason one can attribute it to probably the bipolar Cold War politics in the initial 3-4 decades. But subsequently, in the last 2-3 decades also, what we see is the general perception, which reflected in the comments of my previous speakers also, that the multilateral institutions that we created are not able to deliver what is expected on issues like global commons. In fact, on many issues, but since our focus is on global commons, that they are unable to deliver fully. Hence, India also maintained this position that probably a time has come for us to now think about complete overhaul or restructuring of these institutions. One important reason I believe are an argument in favor of restructuring of these multilateral institutions that we created is because from a bipolar polity, we moved to a multipolar setup today, a world order today. I would probably go one step to say that we are not even a multipolar world. We are a heteropolar world today. Multipolarity as a reality needs to be acknowledged because there is no one or two countries that would finally determine the destiny of all the countries of the world. There are many powerful countries emerged in different parts of the world. Many unilaterals have emerged. We are a part of SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We are a part of BRICS. There is one ASEAN. There are other groupings. These unilaterals also have emerged as important poles in the world. Besides this multipolarity and emergence of unilaterals, we today see the rise of big tech, rise of multinational economic corporations, rise of global NGOs. And of course, there are organizations, there are terror groups, there are religious organizations. All of them defy your national boundaries. For them, national sovereignty means nothing. Our internet is no longer, it's very difficult. You have to be a China to control internet or cyberspace. So we are living in a totally different kind of world order, a heteropolar world order. This has to be acknowledged as a reality today. I see some kind of resistance to this idea. No, we are still led by so and so, led by so and so. So here the question of when it's a multipolar world, how do you protect attend to the aspirations of all the different countries in the world? Is it to the United Nations to be able to do that? Or we need to have a totally different approach to this whole issue of global governance, an important issue to take up for discussion. That is where India's championing of the cause of global south becomes important. This global south, as we all know, consists of countries which are developing in nature. We used to call them the developing world. We are calling it global south. But 80% of the world's population, that means so-called global commons will be positively and negatively affected by these countries. Majority of these countries, for example, countries in Africa, are small island developing states, SIDS. They depend for their survival on what we call as global commons. You cannot deny them access to them. So the challenge is how do you lead this whole global south and its aspirations to grow? Here, India wants to take the lead. Essentially, global south are the minilaterals that have emerged in many parts of the world, have to be accommodated in any new structure that we build for future global governance. Any future United Nations should not be just a body of 195 or 97 countries alone. It should be able to represent the aspirations of this heteropolar world. So that is where probably India's leadership of Global South will lead us. I will just leave four issues, actually three issues before you for consideration when we try to rebuild the multipolar order, heteropolar order, future multilateralism. Number one, as I said, how can we make these heteropolar components part of our future multilateralism? Second, global south is a developing world. As I said, it depends on the so-called global commons, especially the oceans, the energy sources, the earth, for its survival. Now, suddenly we cannot say, no, you cannot access them. Or suddenly you have to reduce your emissions. They all have to come on board and do their bit. Is it at the cost of their aspirations to develop? Do we want those countries to remain developed or developing? Because I know about India for the last 3 decades, we are being called only as a developing country. It has been almost 3 decades now. The Prime Minister wants India to be called a developed country 20 years from now. But that aspiration of the countries to become developed countries requires dependence on the very same resources which we are calling as global commons. How do we compensate if we want them to reduce their dependence on these commons? Do we compensate? We willing, those who have developed, who have progressed, willing to shell some dollars for that purpose. And last, I consider it as the most important, is how do we bring social sciences and natural sciences together? Now, social sciences take a direction. When I say social sciences, our economics, our education, our technology, our politics, they take a direction. But natural sciences has different focus. How do we bring these two together? Every economic activity that we undertake from here, from this point, how is it going to be aligned with our nature, our environment, our panchabhutas, our global commons? In the age of artificial intelligence, how do we marry these two things? Is going to be a big question for us in the next 20 to 30 years, I believe. So friends, I will end by saying that the need for new or renewed or revised multilateralism has been emphasized by all of us, but that new multilateralism cannot be just that of a few, again, the countries of the world led by someone. It has to take into account the current heteropolar reality and aspirations of the global south. More importantly, thank you. I will end here.
Yes, I've lived too long in the United States and am familiar with calls for people to give up their seats in an overbooked flight. So I made an error of judgment. I thought we had enough space at the table for the famous 40, but now I see Ashima's at the end. So I would request Samiran or Rana or whatever to make space for Ashima so that she can be of the first group. Yes?
So she went for the AC.
Okay, fine. So, okay. Are we expecting others also, or are we more or less okay? We're okay, fine. So, since our chair was not here yesterday, we are into the round of discussions amongst the round table. I'm happy to recognize people for you. I think Sujit Bhalla was first and then Tao Jung.
Yeah. I just want to make 2 points. First, that I completely agree with Mr. Orkant that the SDG, multiple indicators, multiple goals, etc., are not very meaningful, except for a small group of academic bureaucrats who prolong their jobs and their activity. And some of it will come out in my session next. So that part I completely agree with. What I don't agree with is the example of COVID-19 and the international experience and how that is a good indicator of policy or what happened. And I'll give 3 examples of why it's a terrible example of international cooperation and on health and movement from the global north to the global south. At the time of COVID-19, I was at the IMF and I wrote a paper on it, and which is why I claim the contents of that paper are as follows, or some of the important. First, on the permanent impact of the health shock. And the IMF and the WHO came out, or certainly this was part of the IMF, Article 4 and so on and so forth, that there was a 12%, their method, the IMF method of estimating the permanent shock to India was a 12% permanent gap. That very same method had a 1% permanent gap for China and a 3% permanent gap for China and a 1% positive gap for the US. So later events turned out to not suggest that that is the case. Second, the WHO claimed of 2021 that short, quick, and severe lockdowns actually helped in terms of prevention of a lower order of deaths and incidents of disease, and which has also turned out to be manifestly wrong. The third, and this was the entire, so I think this whole COVID-19 international experience, apart from some methods and coming out with estimates of 7 trillion deaths and so on and so forth. Not that deaths did not happen, don't get me wrong. And large amounts of deaths happen. The question is, did the world follow did the global commons follow the correct policy with the lockdowns, etc.? And one of the major elements, including from the World Bank and the IMF in papers written, was the example of Sweden, which did not follow the lockdown approach. And there were articles galore about excess debts in Sweden because they did not follow. And as it turns out, the very same institutions, the very same articles, the very same magazines like Lancet, etc., who were leading the charge, have now published articles saying that excess debts in Sweden were amongst the lowest in the world, if not the lowest. So I think all of us, the global commons, have to re-examine the role of institutions, in particular with the dissemination of, let me say, misinformation about COVID-19. Thank you. Misinformation about the effects, possible effects of COVID-19. COVID-19 happened, the largest amount of deaths ever since the Spanish flu. So it's just, I think the question is, could these deaths have been a lot lower if the global commons had followed the right policies, which we may not have known. I'll just make one more point. Never before in the entire world, for centuries, for 7, 8 centuries, etc., was a lockdown advocated or practiced. There were local lockdowns, but not a national lockdown and not a global lockdown. And US had one of the most severe flus in 57, 58, where a lot of more excess deaths during the 6 months of that flu than during COVID. And they did not practice a lockdown.
Thank you, Sujit. We have 3 more speakers who have wanted to share their remarks. First, I call upon Dr. Ashima Goyal to share her comments, questions.
Yeah, thank you. Again, very interesting panel. Following from yesterday, we had some discussion on this geopolitics and global commons. So I think at this stage, we need to kind of focus on how to bring everyone on board to select policies that all nations in G20 can support. And one of the themes that was dominant yesterday was MDBs and making them do more, providing more finance for emerging markets. And Homi underlined the importance of increasing financing. All countries, all shareholders must increase financing for MDBs. But one issue that was not discussed was the governance issue. Some big countries are not willing to increase financing because they don't have the votes. And since they're not being given the votes, others, it's proportional increase in financing. Their financing is also restrained. So I was wondering if one way around this was that now we have an MDB system. We have MDBs where there are non-G7 countries. So if you look at the aggregate financing across the MDB system and you allow some countries to finance wherever they want to, and there's competition among MDBs to get this finance, so they improve their policies. I wonder if that is a way to sort of increase financing for MDBs. That is the first point I wanted to make. And similarly for debt restructuring, initially, I think China has withdrawn that position, but initially they were saying that they wanted the MDBs also to take a cut, the Bretton Woods institutions, before they would consider a cut and restructuring. But again, the point is that there are MDBs where they are the dominant financiers and they don't take a cut either. So they need not sort of stand on that position. And finally, Jean-Louis Arcan was, I'd say, really tragic, the story of all the deaths, not only in Africa, many developing countries, many poor nations, but for the global system, I think, and for response from the major countries, the problem is that these are not systemic for the global for their own economies. So now, when we are talking about green and sustainable growth, when we are talking about growth, we know that more than 50% of global growth comes from emerging markets now. And growth is valuable. So we know that the US Fed, for example, says its mandate is its own economy, its own inflation and growth. But there are spillovers from the global south to the north now. The spillovers are not only in growth, they are in excess migration, many other issues. And so it is in the interest of the global north to help maintain growth and reduce spillovers to the global south. Thank you. And so then thank you for asking me to shift. But I was sitting just under the AC vent and it was hitting my head. So I thought I'd sit. Yeah.
I'm proud that this has been, I think, a gender sensitive session. So I didn't want there to be any misunderstanding. I mean, conference, not session, but conference. Yeah.
Thank you, Achima. In fact, it's good that you brought up the issue of spillovers. In fact, I was just wondering, in the audience, there was Sujit and yourself and Samiran, who are all also part of the financial markets / economic policy making. So the whole question of whether financial markets also constitute global commons, and that can be brought up when, in case Samiran has some comments to make. So I now offer the floor to Mr. Tyler Zhang from the BIS to share his thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, congratulations to all the three panelists for the very interesting presentations. And yesterday we discussed about the global financial safety net. We normally, Suji, we work at the IMF. We said it's centered around IMF. So obviously, global financial stability is a global commons, and still rightly so. Thanks to Jean-Louis, you mentioned another global public goods or commons, which is the health vulnerabilities. But we have a WHO. Mentioned the insurance and the financings, but the how to combine the two parts of the world, health and finance, bring them together to make sure the health vulnerabilities or stability, in the sense, if you borrow in the financial world, have to make them work together at the global level in terms of the global institution. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very succinct. And in fact, along with financial markets, whether global financial stability is also a global common, if so, how do we go about ensuring that? What kind of an institution do we need? That is, if one has to be created. I think those are all the questions that your remarks throw up. Thank you very much. I now call upon Mr. Peter Drysdale to share his thoughts.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I want to address my comments and questions from Mari Fungus to frame them in the context of Suman's original remarks about strategic choices, because I think this discussion is very relevant to how you think about strategic choices India makes over the next 10, 20, 25, 30 years. I relate this back to some of the discussion we had yesterday about globalization, the fading faith in globalization to some extent. And there's three elements of that, really. The first element, of course, is concerns about the maldistribution of the gains from globalization, both internationally and domestically. The domestic issue is taken up by Robert Lawrence in his comments about what had happened in the United States, essentially because of the inadequacy of the transfer and the welfare system in the United States. We've had the capacity to popularize anti-globalization policies and play into the political process that's taken over agenda in the US approach to the international economy. I'll come back to that in a minute. But the international dimension of it was the theme that was reflected in yesterday's discussion about all the gains from globalization having derived by China. Coming from where I come in the Pacific side of the Indo-Pacific, that's a pretty funny story, actually, because much of the gain from globalization has come to China. Of course, the 30% of the rest of the world economy that's in the Pacific has benefited greatly from globalization. Surely their customers in the rest of the world have benefited greatly from it too, including those in the United States, despite the shift in the gains from globalization in the United States towards capital, as you'd naturally expect. That's what you do about the distribution of that. It's important. So that's the first thing that colours the discussion of this issue. The second thing that colours the discussion of this issue is the slowing of growth, which is in part a consequence, an endogenous process, part of consequence of the retreat from globalisation, protectionism, and all the rest of it. And that leads countries like India in particular to think about the lack of opportunity for international orientation in growth strategy, a retreat, externally oriented growth, East Asian style, if you like, or Pacific style. And that's an issue that colours the discussion here. Now, the third issue, of course, is the retreat from US leadership of the system, and therefore the collapse of the global public good, or the threat to the global public good that sustains the rules that are so important in management of the system. And that's an issue. That's an issue because who leads next? And this is a set of issues that Mari has addressed. So, coming back to the Indian thing, and I want to as well as Mari, the discussion here, in your framing of it, Suman, I see strong hints of response to this along three lines. The first response, of course, is the cause of worries about engagement in the international economy effectively with a slowing trade and economic growth towards import substitution policies, domestically oriented growth and development policies that aren't built primarily playing for Indian, the capacity for Indian competitors in industrial manufacturing. And that's a pull that's been endemic in the responses of many countries in the situation of a decade. And the justification of that we need to think about. But let me just say one thing about that. First of all, I know of no country in my lifetime that's made the tradition from low income to middle income through to advanced income that hasn't entered slow growing global markets. All the growth of those countries in our region has been built on supply-driven growth, taking over other people's market shares in slow-growing markets. Secondly, I know of no country that's made the successful transition to advanced income that's built its strategy on import substitution policies. These are considerations that you need to take into account. And third, of course, we rely, importantly, in engineering the transitions that have been engineered in my lifetime around this process to a regime that holds together. Now, as Mari says, and this is where some critical focus should be, and this is my question to Mari. The natural system is still there, it still holds together, despite the retreat of US leadership, despite active attempts by the United States to undermine it, retreat from the dispute settlement system in the WTO. There's been a workaround of that with Canada, Europe, us, China. That's been an essential part of our settlement or our move to settlement for the Australia-China problem. Without that system, we would have incurred great losses through that dispute. That system cushioned us against the costs of those kinds of disputes in the international system. So the system is still there, and it's begging for leadership that's plural. This is where I like the plea for polarity that made. This is where India's faith in multipolarity is going to be so important to what choices India makes about not only its international diplomacy, also its international economic strategy. It is in the sweet spot, obviously, as was said yesterday, a sweet spot geopolitically, a sweet spot economically. But one has to be very careful not to be intoxicated by the sweetness of the spot you're in. Remain sober about the hard choices there are to be made about aligning domestic policies with international policies that allow the sort of transformation to be made that will see India move from the trajectory that clearly its leadership wants it to move.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drysdale. I think those were very pertinent and relevant to us and for the rest of the G20 as well. Now I call upon Mr. Manjeev Singh Puri to share his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Nageshwaran. I must say, yet another fantastic panel, and thank you very much for putting this together. Jean-Louis, without doubt, what you highlighted, health, pandemic, growth, etc., it moves. It's a matter that we must pay attention. But the comments I want to make and the direction of what I want to say is mostly directed at Ms. Mari Pengetsu. And I must say we are very fortunate to have somebody who has served as a minister in a major country in an issue of globalization. He has served at one of the highest positions in the multilateral system as the managing director of the World Bank. So we should try and understand from her what exactly is possible in terms of reform, reinvigorate. You can use whatever word that we want. I'm in favor of incrementalism. I don't think we are at a point where you can tear up and move aside, etc. And I don't think incrementalism does not favor my country. I think it does. I want to point people to that wonderful slide which was put up, which Goldman Sachs analysis that they've done of the trajectories of global GDP. And let's leave this PPP out, without getting into a discussion. Let's look at nominal GDP. And you will know why for India, incrementalism is not a bad idea. It's in fact the methodology which will get you wherever. Let's also remember, we are talking about nation states and we are talking about hegemony, and the G20, etc., is nothing other than that. It's actually the back room before the de jure discussions in the open center. It happens all over the UN. It happens at all multilateral forums. It happened at Versailles also, sir. It happened in San Francisco also. That's the nature of the game. It's just a more formalized thing. And I liked your expression, Ms. Mari Pengetsu, that over time after having fulfilled the goal of 2008, 2009, it became a communique issuing situation. Must change. Will it change today? I don't know. But I hope Indonesia, India, Brazil, South Africa can bring about the change along with another fundamental change. The change that happened in the United States, because otherwise for 4 years, we generally had hiatus on global cooperation, multilateralism, etc. My question to you really is, what exactly can be done in somewhat concrete terms, in terms of reform of the structures of multilateralism, but more particularly the bank and the fund, because that's our kind of cooperation. Remember that even today, the G7 is more than 50% of global GDP. So while yesterday we were talking about Europe getting ahead and globalization having finished them, that's not really true in terms of money and where things are. And so when we look at all this, it's very good to make the demands, but the demands have responsibilities and you have to heed those. Is that really possible? So I'd like to hear from you. I also want to hear from you something much more direct. The issue of the governance at the World Bank is coming up for discussion within a year or two. What are we going to do? Because there is a very simple matter, that of who has the voting powers and how much should the change be. And I don't expect the United States to do anything about it, but how are you going to give place to the other demandeur, which is in a sense the elephant in this room? How are you not going to give in to that demandeur, and what is it going to mean for all of us? And how do we, Madam, India Indonesia, how do we play our cards? And that's something perhaps we can learn a little bit from you. It's not just about global governance. Mr. Nageshwaran, before I shut, I just want to say one little thing about SDGs. Sir, it has almost happened by design. 47, 139, etc. You know what the situation there was, and I happen to have been part of all these processes. What the situation in 28, 29, 2010, 2011, as the MDGs came to an end, and the idea of next round was happening at the UN. I'm sorry if you don't mind, sir. The goal number one of the SDGs continues to remain poverty alleviation, which, as you know, in those days, now we don't talk about it, was code word for the growth of China. Nobody was much interested in us, etc. Today, they would be interested in India too. Largest country in the world makes a perceptual change in time. They're certainly going to be the third largest economy, no matter what happens. Because demographics, as Professor Alzheimer pointed out yesterday, has taken over. And modern globalization has, in a sense, threatened the world. In this kind of circumstance, to retain that particular thing there, that's why health, education, etc. came there. Otherwise, given what the powers that be on the other side of the Atlantic and on the both sides of the Atlantic wanted, we would have had a 1-point SDG, and you know what it would have stood for. So let's understand that this is also global politics, and global economics informs global politics. There's no doubt about that. But possibly
we have two more speakers to ask questions. So sorry to interrupt you. Thank you for all your very well considered questions and points. Thank you so much. I now invite Mr. Paul Sampson to speak, followed by Mr. B.V. Subramanian.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the panelists, an excellent panel, and much appreciated all of those comments. I want to maybe ask a question and then start to answer it as part of the conversation that we're going to have over the rest of today. In a way, it's already been said in different ways, but a summary of the question before us is how to reboot multilateralism in a multipolar world, or variations thereof, in a time of hot geopolitics. That is probably an unprecedented situation, certainly in historical record. And I think there are three parts to this that I would like to note here. First one is focusing on a core set of global commons questions and global interests. There probably hasn't been enough said about the interests part of it, right? Which is important here. And I think that list, we can debate what's on it. You know, we've heard climate change, financial stability, and debt. Completely agree. I think there's a basket of technology issues. Artificial intelligence, I would put biotechnology there, I would put space there. And I think those are both global commons issues, and then there's a common interest. Two is that we heard the case about the economic and human costs of decoupling very articulately from the minister, the rational case. But that is not enough to convince the political conversations that see things as zero sum. So they take those economic arguments as a partial reason to take notice, but it's not enough. You have to go beyond and show a direct self-interest, which is why I'm emphasizing that point of the national interest embedded within the global commons. Not, it's a small slice of those issues. It's not the whole range. That is the opposite of the SDGs, unfortunately. So it means, and the final point I would make is, and this perhaps comes more to where we're going this afternoon, what can India do about it? I think India can help frame that global commons and national interests conversation, and perhaps position this for the next couple of G20 presidencies. It's been noted by several that the importance of it being India, Brazil, and South Africa is very important here, right? This only happens, these cycles don't happen often. There's 20 countries or maybe even more soon. This is the time to do it. So I think perhaps India to propose a list of global commons and global interest issues that work at the leaders level, in the coming years, with a global South perspective being prominent there. And I'll leave it at that for now, but perhaps come back to some of these issues later today.
Thank you. Mr. B.V. Subramaniam, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was tickled by the interesting way global order was described by Mr. Ahmad, the individual nations, multilaterals, but then the word unilaterals, regional things, smaller groupings. The additional point which you mentioned, which is national corporations and NGOs, and in terms of weight, size, and importance, they outweigh many countries in the world. And they don't seem to be engaged many of the international bodies in terms of being part of the discussion. I mean, the Googles, the Microsoft, the Apples, the Teslas. I mean, in terms of deciding economic trajectories, the world, or at least for many countries, are actually important. And so goes from NGOs. A lot of them are actually spin-off of a lot of these companies. It's just a thought, a rhetorical one. Is there some way of actually involving them in a more formal way, which they also contribute to these discussions and also decision-making thing? Like maybe in the UN family, if you have some threshold, or in some other system. I think that's one thing. Second, a larger issue, the topic was multilateralism and, the whole thing, and the panelists different takes on that. Multilateralism is on rule-based orders. It's good. We all like rules. We think rules more discipline. But the problem with rules is they're locked in time. And they're locked in certain economic orders in certain economic systems. And these rules, like rules which are domestic, which evolve because many countries are democratic, and they evolve with time, they adjust to new technologies, new economic systems, new economic order. Because come through with such difficulty, flexible enough to adjust for technology, growth, changing system. So we have a flexible rule-based system which has inbuilt ways of evolving. I mean, and they have expiry dates. I mean, I see the discussions, for example, in the WTO on the e-commerce moratorium. It has inbuilt expiries. Has not expired. Every time it is extended, but that discussion keeps it alive till the end, and this is adjustment. That forcing adjustment is how things happen. So this debate of the World Bank and the debate somewhere else, the UN Security Council, the tough debate was who is locked in, we like to keep the others locked out. The question is, can we think of more interesting ways of actually structuring global organization?
To BBRS. We may have run out of time for further comments, but we may have time for questions. In the sense that we have had the center speak, we have the periphery, in the development literature. So we have to be inclusive, but unfortunately, as usual, the periphery always gets the short treatment. Therefore, I have to ask you to have very specific, snappy questions if you have, rather than make comments to the panelist.
Thank you, Chair. Building on off of the CEO's question there to Mr. Ram Madhavji on heteropolarity, one of the ways in which that has been done is by devolution of powers to private consortiums and scientific consortiums and regulatory bodies. Is that the way to go?
Are there any other questions from anyone? Okay. I'm going to invite the expert commentator, Dr. Ramesh Chand, to share his thoughts before we ask the panelists for their closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you will agree with me that we have a brilliant presentation by the analysts and equally brilliant coordination and comments by chair of the session, and very sharp questions have been raised, and I look forward to equally exciting answer session after my comments. I feel if we want to discuss or debate future of multilateralism, we need to go into development which happened in the post-WTO period. In the post-WTO period, there were two parallel movements. One was expansion of multilateralism, but simultaneously explosive growth in PTAs. You call them free trade agreement, regional trading agreements, but I find them neither free nor regional, therefore I'm using the term preferential trading agreements. Up to 2007, when global financial crisis happened, these two movements just went in the same direction. But after 7-8, we find that multilateralism started weakening, fragmenting, but excitement among nations about preferential trading agreement remains strong, and that growth, in fact, continues. I feel based on this experience, we need to clearly draw what are the core areas for multilateralism, which cannot be dealt by PTAs. We know it. If we want to address effect of subsidies in fishery, on fishery, it cannot be addressed through PTA or regional trading agreement. We have to go to this multilateralism. But I feel it is very important to know whether growth of PTAs has in some way adversely affected this multilateralism. The old debate, Jagdish Bhagwati versus other, whether RTAs are building block or stumbling block for multilateralism. I feel we need to draw some lessons for that, and what are the core areas for multilateralism that will help in building strong argument in favor of multilateralism. Then second is that yesterday and also today some reference was made toward from globalization to slowalization, that this slowness, slowing down in fragmentation in multilateralism. I feel there we need a little more nuances, because when we talk of multilateralism, broadly the issues can be divided in three categories. One category is issue related to economy, issues related to trade, bank, fiscal, those kind of things. And second is issues which are related to humanitarian aspects, health, nutrition, food security. And in the third category comes issues which relate to survival of people and planet, climate change, sustainability, environment, biodiversity. I feel the presentation which were made yesterday, that fragmentation of multilateralism, weakening of multilateralism, that applies to my mind for the issues in category 1. As far as issues in category 2 and 3 is concerned, I find that the global mechanisms to address that are getting stronger. SDG, whatever it is, what you just find after MDG, we brought SDG, even SDG limitation we are discussing through food system transformations, and lot of interest, decarbonization and how we do it. So I think we should not sweep it with brush that multilateralism everywhere is becoming fragmented or weakened. Yes, in the area of trade and economy that is happening, but in the other areas, this trend toward multilateralism, I find is rising. Then second is that again it is diagnosis is very important. Diagnosis about slowing down or fragmentation of multilateralism. To what extent it was because of slowing down of global growth in global economy? To what extent it is due to policy decision taken in different country? That distinction is very, very important. I looked at some of the data, like if we look at trade intensity or share of ratio of export to GDP, since World War II till 2007, it has been increasing, and the peak was reached at 67% in year 2007. When the global financial crisis happened, it dropped suddenly from 67 to 52%. But after that, it stabilized around 54%. We did not see a decline in the subsequent 15-year period, but it is fluctuating around that 54%. So is it that after global financial crisis, the global growth in global economy did not recover, and that is the reason for it? Or the reason were more policy induced, like Brexit, trade restriction, etc. I think there is a need for strong empirical work to understand it. Also, I saw one IMF study which just says that the effect of mild fragmentation on global economy will be reduction in GDP, global GDP by 0.2%, but in case of severe fragmentation, it can go up to 7%. But if you take into account the other channels through which the effect percolate down, then it becomes much more serious. Another issue which I want to share is that many developing countries, they agree to be member of WTO despite a lot of opposition at domestic level. But I think after some time the frustration started that the field is not leveled. They are not able to have say in this, and the WTO stalemate, etc. And I think that also need to be factored in, that because of whether the stalemate in WTO is one of the reasons for reduced interest in multilateralism. I will quickly make 2 points because the time is already up. One big change which is happening in global economy, and from there I want to link it to my area, which is agriculture. This structural change of economy which was happening as per the Arthur Lewis hypothesis, that as economies grow, share of agriculture in GDP declines, that again stopped in 2005. Up to 2005, from 70 to 2005, share of agriculture in global economy, global to GDP, declined from 10% to 3.2%. But after 2005, share of agriculture, rather than declining, increased by 33%. From 3.2%, it went up to 4.4%. I feel this has very, very serious implication. Development policy, for trade, even for multilateralism, even for climate change and other kind of things. I keep discussing these things with our vice chairman, CEO, and other things to revisit agriculture, its role in development, etc., etc. But I think it has serious implication. The more serious is for employment, because manufacturing growth has slowed down, manufacturing is going for capital intensive production. We never shift from agriculture to non-agriculture has either halted or it is very, very slow and a matter of concern. The last point is, in fact, we made this presentation. Somebody mentioned about G20 having so many SDGs. India made from Niti Aayog side one presentation to meeting of agriculture ministers, where we pointed out that the most serious issues in agri-food sector is that after 2010, hunger and undernutrition in the world has started increasing. That increase, reversal started in hunger and nutrition improvement, around 2010, first in Africa, then it spread to South America. Of late, it has hit South Asia also. And what is more tragic is that hunger and undernutrition have started deteriorating, despite the fact that agriculture growth is intact, per capita food production is rising. So these things, I think, again, need to be taken into consideration. They are why I mentioned these things, not only for sake of agriculture, because they are related to how the technology transfer happened from developed country from north to south. That fact, cost of production, so many other kind of things. So I think that is another issue. And I just very interesting last point presentation by Madam Ji as usual. But I feel that in case of global common, alluding to global common which are existing, like our oceans, forest, biodiversity are existing, and what kind of livelihood, sustainability issue related to them, that is one set of issue. I think in multilateral forum, we are more concerned with global common which we want to create, like decarbonization, sustainability, those kind of issues. So I had some other issues also, but respecting time, I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh Ji, for your expert comments, and especially about the data on agriculture share of GDP going up globally, which is, I think, is probably a good thing in the current context. Now, we have already overshot the schedule close by 5 minutes, but I still want to have the panelists respond to many interesting and important observations made by the group here. So over to start with Ms. Mary Pangestu for her comments, and then followed by Jean-Louis, and then followed by Mr. Madhavji.
Thank you very much to everybody for a very rich discussion and questions. I don't think I can answer every question, but I did want to take up some of the questions. I think the question on the how much can we get on the MDB reforms? Let me give a crack. I think both Ashima and Ambassador Puri asked this question. I don't have a good answer, but I can give you my own insight. I think what Homi presented yesterday was quite well accepted now, that we need scale, we need urgency of the resources on climate and development. And I think after a long debate where G7 was climate, I think the global south, if you like, in the World Bank in terms of the shareholders, fought back to make sure that it's development, it's integrated, climate is integrated with development, or development is, you have to have development first and then climate. So I think it's now well accepted. And I do think that's a good win for the South. But what needs to be done and where the money is going to come from, where the technology is going to come from, I think that's really where it comes out to. So, Homi made a number of suggestions yesterday. And I think one, he made a very strong recommendation that the Global South needs to now be very proactive and make a very strong voice in terms of the importance of the MDBs in delivering not just 100 billion, but the MDBs need to deliver on the scale. You mentioned something about the MDBs working together, right? And here's where I think, again, I wanted to make this point yesterday, but the country platform model countries. So developing countries and the Global South need to be very proactive also in determining what and where the money goes to, right? Apart from the streamlining and so on, and the kind of conditions that come out. And that has to come from the developing countries themselves. And I think G20 actually can play a role here. This is a very complex issue, like energy transition. But yesterday there were a few good discussions. You can take this energy transition platform, it's JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, I think it's called. But it was very G7 driven, and then countries starting with South Africa and then Indonesia and then India, even though you don't have a JETP, push back, right? Saying this is not, it's top down. So now it's more bottom up. And I think we can share our experience as to how we negotiate the terms and the types of things that we need to get done. And I think, Hanan, you mentioned yesterday, for Africa, it's not transition, it's access. So these are the issues that are very important. And it's not just about mitigation, it's about adaptation. Things like that needs to come from the global south, and even including loss and damage. How do you put a number to loss and damage? Where did this 100 billion come from? I think this is where the global south needs to also play a role in being proactive in finding, okay, not just wanting the money, but where does the money go to? It's not just money, it's technology, and it's the platform of structuring blended finance, for want of a better term. It does have to be centered around countries, and I'm also arguing regions, because like energy should be could be a regional project, et cetera, et cetera. So that's some of the issues with regard to MDB reforms. And the elephant in the room, shareholding rights. I think you mentioned it also, Ashima. I'm very pessimistic that you will see any change in the voting rights anytime soon. But what will happen, or trying to happen, is apart from the optimization of the balance sheet, I'm trying to have global public goods fund that will be the additional. It has to be a delta to address the climate and development. Now, how that's governed, that's where we need to have a big voice, right? First, I think it shouldn't be a trust fund. Trust fund is $1 in, $1 out. It should also be structured with leveraging so that you get more bang of the buck. Second, who determines where that money goes? Not just the donors, but also the recipients. And this is where private sector and NGOs can be part of the governing board where that money goes. And I just wanted to give a G20 example where this governance has happened two instances. One is the Food Security Fund that came out after the 2008 food security issue. There was a fund, and the governance is exactly that: donor, recipient, stakeholders. Pandemic fund has the similar structure. So they're small, but so the Global Public Goods Fund is going to be big. And this is where maybe I'm running out of time. I wanted to just very quickly to Peter's point about reminding us that yes, there's defraying and dysfunctioning, but the multilateral trading system is still there. And it's not about coming up with a new multilateral trading system, making the current one work as well as it can. And some of these plurilateral or club of clubs incremental approaches to addressing the dispute settlement issue should still continue, while the first best may be to fix the dispute settlement. And I think you mentioned about the rules need to be updated. Yes, totally agree. But the principles of transparency, predictability, non-discrimination, and national treatment and recognizing the development needs are still relevant. So let me stop there.
Luis, any comments or?
Just 2 points. The 2 points that I was trying to make was, first of all, just about every culture in the world has some kind of, when you wish someone well, Brazilian version, at least in Bahia, is amor, dinheiro e a saúde para aproveitar. So love, money, and the health to be able to enjoy the first two. So let's make sure we take the health into account. And the second point is just simply the poorest countries in the world, for lack of a better term, let's say LDCs, vulnerable. It isn't just health. Climate, that's something that comes up all the time in terms of the LDCs or small island nations. There's various groupings that there are. Let's just keep that on the G20 agenda.
Very much for keeping it brief. Over to you.
In future, multilateralism to work in the 21st century. Firstly, the 20th century multilateral institutions have become irrelevant in 21st century. For them to work, I have 2-3 suggestions. One, future multilateral institutions should not have provision for permanent membership and veto. Do away with that. Allow for these unilateral bodies to become a the multilateral structure, assign some responsibilities. For example, tackling terrorism, give it to make it the responsibility of the multilateral bodies. At some level, involve other heteropolar stakeholders, whether it is the industry, big tech, or it is NGOs, it is religious organizations. I am surprised that the entire UNESCO system has no room for religion, culture, social bodies. It's only bureaucrats who decide about the education culture of the entire world. It's called educational, scientific, educational, cultural organization. No role for any cultural or religious leader in that. Why can't it be? Why can't we expand it to include people also, even including SDGs? I agree with Ramesh, but all these sustainability, food sufficiency, all are derivatives of our core concern about global commons. For them to be delivered also, these heteropolar institutions can be a big help for us. They should also find our future multilateral mechanism that can happen. That multilateral type of a mechanism will be more useful in the 21st century reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. It has been a very intense and insightful discussion over the last 105 minutes. I believe that we are closer to solving some of the issues of multilateralism or arresting its decline at the end of it than we were at the beginning of it. And of course, it's also possible that bigger changes require bigger crisis, people to rethink their modes of operation. So, but with your permission, let us all put our hands together to thank the panelists for a wonderful discussion. And we all have now earned our tea and snacks break. Thank you. And before you disperse, Suman has some thoughts.
There are very important points that Peter Drysdale made, because I wanted to give enough time to the speakers. I won't take the time now. Just to say that the next session has a couple of virtual participants, and therefore delaying it by 15 minutes is perhaps the most license we could. So could I please ask people, Ramona or Anna, we need to return in 20 minutes, is it? 11:50? Could we? And something like that? Yeah. Huh? Sorry? Yes. So let's start the next session at 11:50 sharp. And Peter, I'll take up your comments bilaterally. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. Francois, are you? Please unmute yourself.
Yes, here I am, Harold Suman.
Yes, this is a very much a second best as compared to having you here. But I hope all things are okay on the personal front, Francois.
Yes, I mean, everything went well, and now there is no problem. Simply, she will recover, and everything is fine.
Very well. Okay. So the room is still filling up. We had a very rich session prior to this. Sorry to keep you waiting. I don't know. Yeah. Yes, Ramona, please. So so I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I don't know whether you caught any of the past session. Harun, welcome as well. We'll turn to you in the course of the panel. As the hall fills, I'll explain the division of labor between Francois, remains the chair of the session, but then I will, when we go to the questions and answers, assist him by identifying speakers. And we had a attempt at this yesterday, and the technology seemed to work. So let me, as the master of ceremonies now, welcome people to this last session on adjustment, resilience, and inclusion in an uncertain world. François, Harun, there has been a powerful discussion in the last day about the fact that inclusion is not an add-on extra, that it is central to, if you like, the growth and globalization project, and for that reason also central to the G20. And there were various discussions about the mishandling of, call it the China shock, call it the trade shock, in terms of compensation, in terms of adjustment assistance. This in turn was responsible for the populist wave, and that in its turn has had implications for global West, global South, etc. And Francois, you're sitting in Europe at the moment, and we've had Alicia Garcia Herrero here from Europe, and I understand that there are, some worrying developments in Europe as well. So now we have people in the room. Francois, please make your introductory comments as chair, and then you can recognize the three discussion leaders following your opening remarks. And after that, I will try and guide the discussion here in Delhi. Over to you, Francois.
So I am François Bourguignon. I am the chairman of the board of the Global Development Network. And I will chair this session on adjustment, resilience, and inclusion in a certain world. So not to be with you physically today, but family reasons prevented me to travel to Delhi and to attend physically this session. I'm really sorry about this. Now I would like to introduce this session with a few remarks on precisely something which is central to inclusion, which is the global inequality And I believe that the evolution of global inequality over the recent past is a good illustration of the various themes that we want to handle in this session. So we know that change took place in global inequality of living standards over the last 2 decades or so, after having risen almost continuously over the last 2 centuries and reached a very high level, much above the most egalitarian countries in the world. So took place in global inequality at the turn of the millennium. And global inequality actually began to fall at a very fast speed. And in a few years, it erased almost a complete century of increase in history. So, to some extent, some people consider that this was a kind of historical turn taking place in the world. Initially, this development was driven by the performance of the big countries, big countries, China in the first place, and then quickly India, of course. But at the turn of the century, really all developing countries were involved in this process of catching up over the most advanced countries. And this was a huge change taking place almost in the global order. And this seemed to be rather robust in the sense that even the Great Recession in 2008-9 was not able to stop this very favorable trend. I believe that today some uncertainty has built up due to various events. Certainly the fact that commodity prices have fallen around 2015 and have kind of haphazard behavior since then. The pandemic, certainly, the global disorders, and in particular the Ukraine war, but more the effects of global warming and the fact that the policies to mitigate and to adjust and to adapt to global warming are progressively or will progressively be implemented. This is really creating uncertainty about this process or this new trend in global inequality I was describing. Of course, the big emerging countries like China and India and others will be able to overperform with respect to advanced countries. And from that point of view, the process of equalizing may continue, even though it's not clear today whether China, being much above the world mean standard of living, is still contributing to less inequality or is contributing to more inequality. But of a concern is the fact that low-income countries have not been able lately, practically since over the last 8 years or so, have been able to catch to make it up as advanced countries. They are lagging behind advanced countries, and of course, they are lagging behind the average mean and the what is going on in dynamic emerging countries. And this is a source of concern, because this means that we cannot say that there is full inclusion. This is a point that Jean-Louis Arcan made the previous session, saying that yes, I mean, there is a problem with the poorest countries in the world, which may not be able to continue the process of development which was there with a new in the beginning of this century. And this is really a problem because this will mean that there is some exclusion building up if we are not really able to take the right decisions at the national and, most importantly, at the international level to stop this process and to make sure that everybody remains in the group, that poor countries keep catching up with the rest of the world. So this is a sort of concern. The reason why, of course, is the fact that the various shocks that I mentioned earlier will also affect within country inequality. We know that in many countries of the world, inequality tended to increase substantially over the last decades of the past century. Fortunately, we observed in the beginning of this century a kind of stabilization, and in several developing countries, even a fall in the degree of inequality. But it is certainly the case that today inequality is much higher in most countries than it was in the 80s or in the 90s. And
So may I just interrupt?
Let's stop.
Can I just interrupt to ask, you are in general talking about income inequality or consumption inequality or wealth?
I'm talking about living standard inequality. Now, in some cases, it would be consumption inequality because countries are measuring consumption. And in some other cases, it would be income inequality. But we know that in the trends in most countries will be more or less parallel. So I don't think that it makes a big difference whether we are referring to consumption or income. So let me finish with the point that was making, which is the fact that this uncertainty which is building up in the world is also making less unlikely that there will be another increase in inequality in various countries of the world. Those shocks are, most of them, with the push toward more inequality. And because the level of inequality is already very high, then all the risk that Suman mentioned in his introductory words linked to the lack of inclusion may become still more serious in the future than they are today. And they're already, and we have seen it, very serious today. So because of that, adjusting to those shocks, developing resilience to these shocks, and making sure that inclusion is a goal, which is very explicitly stated in national and international policies, is of the first importance. And this is what our panelists, these three themes, will be what our panelists will be talking about. So let me simply introduce them and leave them the floor. The three panelists are, and they will intervene in this order. First, Aaron Borat, who is a professor of economics at the University of Cape Town, where he's the director of the Development Policy Research Unit. And Aaron is a world expert on African development, including, of course, South Africa. And certainly has something to say about this point I was making in my introductory remark. Santiago Levy will be the second panelist to take the floor. He's now a senior fellow at the Brookings Institutions in Washington. He formerly was the vice president for sectors and knowledge at the Inter-American Development Bank. And he has been in the past deputy minister of finance in Mexico, where he was the architect of the very, very famous Progresa Oportunidades program, Mexico's incentive-based health, nutrition, and education program for the poor, which was copied and extended in many countries of the world, and which really was a big change in the way inclusion or policies were really trying to promote inclusion in developing countries. The third panelist will be Surjit Bala. He's an Indian economist with a brilliant career as both a researcher and thinker and a policymaker. He has been the executive director for India at the International Monetary Fund. He's a member of the Economic Advisory Council of the Indian Prime Minister, and he's the author of various books, including this New Wealth of Nations, which I enjoyed very much reading a few years ago. So I will now leave the floor to Harun. Not being in person, you heard that Suman will be the master of the clock, and we'll make sure that there will be enough time left for questions and answer after the presentation by the three panelists. But now it's time for me to shut up, and I leave the floor to Harun. Harun, to you.
Thank you very much, Francois. It's a pleasure to be electronically with you. I greet you from very rainy and wet Cape Town. I promise you the weather that you see behind me on the screen is not what Cape Town looks like today. It's still beautiful, but very wet and very rainy, and very, very cold. You know, in the run up to the planning around this session, I engaged, of course, with Suman and with Francois, and the decision was to anchor, and I have a few slides to share, but to anchor the notion of inclusion, resilience in an uncertain world around the growth, poverty, and jobs challenge in sub-Saharan Africa. I do understand from Suman and others that some of these themes have been picked up, and certainly I'm hoping that the deep dive into sub-Saharan Africa around the themes of resilience and inclusion sit well with Francois's opening remarks. And so in many ways, if we think about the region and the big picture economic challenges in sub-Saharan Africa, the notion of the relationship between growth and poverty in a region where the majority of the world's poor lives ultimately has to be based on the discussion about Africa's jobs challenge. And I think I will spend some time talking about that, particularly if we are serious about inclusion. And if you're talking about labor demand or a jobs challenge, you have to be thinking about structural transformation. And I'll spend a bit of time talking about that. If there is sufficient minutes on the clock, I'll then very quickly switch to what I think is a possible roadmap for structural transformation by looking at economic complexity. Now, these data, well known, I've explicitly not spoken about inequality trends in the region. Francois is our global leader on that and pivoted towards poverty levels, but you can have a similar discussion about the inequality growth trajectory. But in many ways, it looks at the trends by three different poverty lines. I've taken the black line with the white dots to represent sub-Saharan Africa in this particular case. There is a decline. The first difference does show a decline in poverty levels for sub-Saharan Africa relative to other regions of the world. But what's very, very clear is that the rate of reduction is much lower than the rest of the world. And that fact means ultimately that Africa's share of the world's poor has risen over time. And I think that's a really important background context. These numbers are very well known, but perhaps less well known are sort of deeply embedded in the African region's work from the World Bank are the Africa or the poverty elasticities by region. And so these are updates from work currently underway within the Africa region, and I'm doing some work with the World Bank team there. But it's very, very clear if you take the
median elasticity of poverty reduction to growth. So for the audience, if you think of a 1% increase in economic growth, what is the reduction in poverty levels? You want that number, that elasticity to be really high. For Sub-Saharan Africa, which is the so-called right at on the right-hand side, it's the lowest of all the regions of the world. So the growth poverty nexus is a weak one in Sub-Saharan Africa. The ability to convert economic growth to poverty reduction is very, very weak. The last bullet is a really important one. The notion that this is not necessarily an Africa issue as much as it is a low-income country or income level issue. So in other words, if you took a sample of low-income countries or countries at similar GDPs per capita, you'd get similar elasticities. And I think that's really, really important to keep in mind. So there aren't any of the old sort of Collier and Gunning notions. There isn't an Africa dummy variable sitting there that's significant. And I think that's quite important as a context. Be that as it may, this is a region that at least I and others live in. And so it does give you some context for thinking about policy in terms of a region rather than at income levels. For me, as a sort of microeconometrician, if you like, the notion of jobs, the notion of where employment will arise is a really critical sort of lifeblood of any economy trying to move through stages of development. And so some of the work I've done takes the very simple question, looking at changes and projections in the labor force, or you could take the working age population, and here I've taken the youth, and these are based on the UN population projections, and I've asked the question, and hopefully soon that people can see my cursor. I'm not sure it's visible. If you can just nod and tell me, yes, great. So the really important numbers are sitting in the last row. Currently, the youth population of the globe, Africa constitutes 18, or let's call it 19% of the youth on the planet. By 2100, that number right next to it is going to be 46%. So close to half of the world's youth will sit in this continent. If that doesn't represent the core of a global challenge, right, jobs challenge, then I'm not sure what does. So in other words, if you think about resilience, if you think about inclusion, thinking about young people, or the population of working age, if you look at the numbers to the right, 15% of the population of the working age are in Africa at the moment. That's going to go up to 42%. The majority of the world's youth and the working age population will actually reside in sub-Saharan Africa. What that means is, yes, the macro solution is say this is a demographic opportunity, but it's a jobs challenge is the mirror image, is the statistical mirror image. And I think that's really important to keep in mind. I do really want to counter against a sort of Africa as a homogeneous sort of challenge. So yes, these numbers are true. So if we break it down by country, 2/3 of the youth population, right, over that growth period that I had to 2100, are accounted for by 10 countries. And you see them there, and the usual suspects are there. Nigeria, of course, some of you may know this, but DRC, Tanzania, Angola, and Niger are the obvious countries just because they're large population economies, are dominant. Ethiopia is there. In essence, in many ways, and it does suggest that this is an elephant that you can look at in terms of bite sizes, if I could put it that way. So in many ways, the jobs challenge in pure scales terms is a 10-country issue on the continent. And I think that then allows one to look at country policies. If I dig just a little bit deeper about, yes, we can talk in general terms about the jobs challenge or inclusion in terms of creating jobs. There was, I saw in notes about the conference that there was going to be a discussion about informality and the notion of inclusion. So I thought, let me just talk about the types of jobs and the employment outcomes that you see in sub-Saharan Africa. So what's very clear is that for Africa, employment outcomes are incredibly weak, right? So Africa accounts for 14% of the world's labor force, but only 8% of the wage employed. So if you're thinking about inclusion, you better be thinking about wage employment, right? Yes, second order, I understand, would be informality, but in many ways, wage employed is a metric, is an indicator for a good job or at least inclusion. The thing that we often sort of have to just orientate ourselves towards is that the majority or disproportionate share of the world's unemployed do not reside in Africa, right? So that we shouldn't confuse those, but the majority of the working poor reside. So in other words, because you've got large swathes of workers in agriculture in low-income countries disproportionately in Africa, that's where you're going to find exclusion in the labor market being concentrated. That is around the working poor rather than unemployment. South Africa, here's a data point to take away. South Africa is the only African economy where the majority of workers, so 50% of workers are actually in wage employment. So that really is another way to think about how weak wage employment outcomes are. Effectively, if you exclude, I've done some back of the envelope calculations, if you exclude the public sector, remember that sits in wage employment, the effective average private sector wage employment rate in sub-Saharan Africa is at about 13%. So incredibly weak private sector wage employment outcomes as well. We know the famous sort of Roderick from Danny's work with Megan McMillan, the structural transformation bubbles, produce these as a mechanism for an entry point to thinking about jobs and growth. What you see in the structural transformation bubbles, I like to call them, is developing Asia on the left, sub-Saharan Africa on the right. Again, what's happened is a question around whether sub-Saharan Africa is on a path to adequate structural transformation. Manufacturing, I don't have much time, so I'll zip through this very quickly. The manufacturing bubble, if you like, is too small. So effectively what's happened is, yes, some movement of workers outside of low productivity agriculture, but the majority of workers are actually in sub-Saharan Africa going into the informal sector and urban areas and into the public sector. You can look at it in terms of numbers. Let me just quickly skip through this to the bigger graphic, which is employment shifts in sub-Saharan Africa and in Asia. You still have the challenge. So if you compare Asia on the right, I want you to look at the top right figure. You see massive employment reduction in Asia over this period, 1990 to 2018. But you still have sub-Saharan Africa, agriculture in Africa accounting for 35% of all jobs over the period, right? So that's the share of the change. Are there jobs happening in manufacturing? Right, I think Robert Lowen spoke about this yesterday. Only 9% of jobs over this period have come from manufacturing in Africa. Compare that to 15% of jobs in Asia. Construction, 35% of jobs have come from construction in Asia. Over the same period, only 5%. So weak patterns of structural transformation that are ultimately going to drive inclusion, employment, and certainly wage employment in Africa. We don't really see significant patterns of structural transformation that are going to be employment inducing. Very, very quickly, there is a discussion, of course, parallel to manufacturing about services. And in a separate paper, we've done some work using input-output tables to look at the share of services in manufacturing. And what you do find, top two lines are Asia, bottom two lines are sub-Saharan Africa, and we've taken traditional and modern services. Very important to separate the two. And it's very, very clear, even if you think about the role of services in manufacturing, the average combined services use sub-Saharan Africa is 18%. Compared to 27% for the Asian sample. The OECD average is 22%. The services need to be further embedded into manufacturing as a boost to productivity in manufacturing and employment. That's not happening at the moment. Some of you may know, I know Santiago in particular, know I'm a fan of economic complexity and the work being done at Harvard. I strongly still retain that for African policymakers, and that's the next two slides, thinking at a very, very detailed level about moving from one product that's currently being exported to the one that's closest, that's my timer, sorry, to the one that's closest to the current exportable product. And I've produced a few product space maps for Kenya, for Senegal. We've done some work on this. So Kenya has an apparel and textiles cluster, which they do, which the green Some of you know these graphs, these maps really well. That means that Kenya has a basis upon which to move and guide industrial policy towards building capabilities in apparels and textiles. And the idea, in my view, is this is one very practical way for policymakers to think about building resilience and inclusion, promoting growth at the subsectoral level through these product space mappings. I've produced it for South Africa, and we have others for African countries. Ghana's on the left, for example. One very specific example, it took Ghana 30 years to move from being the world's leading exporter of cocoa to finally opening and producing chocolate. That's the idea of moving towards and growing by moving slowly up the value chain, as it were. So very quickly, Francois, I'm almost done. There's just a summary of the notions and the ideas that are to bear. I'm worried about growth, poverty, elasticities in the region. I've been looking at them for the last 2 decades. They have not changed. Part of it is lost opportunities through commodity super cycles, which we can talk about. But ultimately, as we look forward, the jobs challenge is massive in this region. And if you think of the spillover effects for the North, in terms of not resolving a jobs challenge, those are obviously the migration crisis being a clear one. Finally, when we think about a different way to do economic policy that sustains growth in Africa, and I suggest that product space and analytics may be one route in. Okay, let me stop there. Thanks very much.
We'll keep questions for the end of the session, and we move to the second panelist, to Santiago. Santiago, over to you.
Thank you, Francois. And hello, Francois. Hello, Haroon. Let me begin first by thanking Suman, particularly Nitya Gyob and Suman, GDN and IDRC. It's a real pleasure to be here. So when Suman invited me, we spoke on the phone, and also we coordinated a little bit with Francois. So what I'm going to share with you is a Latin American perspective on social protection in middle income countries. And basically the idea is whether there's some lessons here that are useful for other regions of the world, both positive and negative. The first slide is pretty obvious. As growth occurs, they're increasing income inequalities, they're increasing demands for health. As the population ages, there is a challenge of taking care of people and avoiding old age poverty. And these demands become politically more salient as the economies urbanize. So designing effective social protection systems is a real challenge because there's balancing of budgetary cost, the distribution objectives, also, so I'm going to try to make the point, efficiency objectives. So maybe the experience of Latin America, some positive, some not so positive, is useful, and try to emphasize that we should talk a little bit about countries that have large informal employment. So let me just begin by giving you sort of the structure of what social protection looks like in Latin America. And this might be different from other regions of the world, but it's something important in terms of how to do it and how not to do. Starting point for most of Latin America was in the middle of the last century. We imported from Europe this Bismarckian view of the world. The notion that workers were going to get social protection through wage employment, and it was going to be a bundle package. The bundle word is very important because workers were going to get access to health, disability, insurance, pensions. But this was working precisely because of the Bismarckian nature of the model, salaried workers. And this was going to be financed when wage-based tax earmarked for these benefits. In addition, workers would be protected from the loss of employment through dismissal regulations. Sometimes there would be minimum wages, sometimes very high. This model, 80 years later, covers less than half of the labor force of Latin America. This is an important thought. 80 years later, the model was able to cover less than half of the labor force. After the debt crisis of the 1980s, as growth resumed in Latin America, the pressures to extend social protection to those who were excluded.
America responded by expanding social protection, but it did not reform the Bismarckian model. What it did is it added on, in a fairly ad hoc manner, a series of programs that are somewhat conflated, but I will try to separate. One was targeted income transfers. That's why I mentioned the case of Progress in Mexico, so familiar in Brazil, there are many others in Latin America. In parallel, non-contributory programs that have not received as much attention as they should have are still part of the response that was done. So this scheme, this kind of structure, is a useful way of thinking how social protection is structured around the labor status of workers. The columns refers to the provision of insurance, risk pooling to protect against risks, disability risk, death risk, unemployment. The rows reflect the redistribution. The columns I divide population formal, they have access to the Bismarckian model. The rest, informal, unemployed, out of the labor force, have access to a whole bunch of unbundled packages of services that on an ad hoc scheme-by-scheme basis were being created through non-contributory pensions, health programs, daycare programs. Very importantly, these are paid from general revenues. So if you're in the right column, your benefits are paid from taxation. If you're in the left column, benefits are paid by a wage tax that has to be internalized in the contract between the firm and the worker. Targeted programs have nothing to do with the columns. They have to do with the rows. Conditional cash transfer programs are for the population that are in the poorest part of it. And they actually are not providing insurance. They're providing income transfers, which is very different from the provision of insurance. This scheme is very much all of Latin America, although there are some exceptions. A notable one, and a very well-done thing, is in Brazil, health services are completely dependent of where workers are. And this is a very good thing. It's the only country that has done this. In every other country in Latin America, the health services that you get, depends on whether you're in the right column or in the left column, these health services are not being provided through conditional cash transfer programs. Cash transfer programs are provided income. Health services and pensions and disability insurance being provided through social insurance. So, in a lot of discussions about social protection, informality and poverty are sometimes conflated. But they're two very different things. It is true that most poor workers are informal. It is not true that most informal workers are poor. If you go back to the matrix that I had before, there are more workers that are informal, not poor, relative to the number of workers that are both informal and poor. So informality and poverty are sometimes conflated, but it's really, really very important to separate them, again, because at least in the case of Latin America, most informal workers are not poor. So this implies that the revenue effort and the kind of people, what benefits you're getting, depend very much on your status in the labor market. If you're poor, you spend on conditional cash transfer programs approximately in the region about 0.5% of GDP. That has received a huge amount of attention because there's a lot of literature about their impacts on health or nutrition, very careful econometric analysis of difference and difference. It's been all to the good because we've learned a huge amount for all these. But non-contributory social insurance programs are actually much bigger in terms of both the population that they're covering and the budgetary effort that is devoted to them. Some countries can spend between 2 to 3, up to 5% of GDP. And this is not a very good scheme because workers transiting the columns, particularly in urban areas, between different types of employment throughout their life cycle. So what is the result of this overall architecture, not this one individual program, the coexistence of the Bismarckian model, non-contributory programs existing in parallel with a third component, conditional cash transfer program. First, protection against risk is erratic.
Because if you change labor status from formal to informal, you may or may not be covered from disability insurance, from death, or from unemployment insurance. Contributory pensions work for the majority of the population. They save for a pension, but they don't get it because they don't accumulate sufficient numbers of weak informality to be able to get a pension. It is true that poverty programs, particularly CCTs, have raised the human capital of the poor. We have a lot of econometric evidence about the impact of Bolsa Familia, evidence in Acción in Colombia, Progress in Mexico, that says the health status of poor, nutrition, their schooling has increased. However, the increases in the human capital of the poor are not translating into better jobs because even though they have more human capital, they're still being informally employed. And the overall scheme has little change. The market distribution of income versus the taxes after taxes and transfer distribution of income. In most OECD countries, the Gini coefficient of market income is something like 0.47, 0.46. Then it's brought down to about 0.3 because taxes and transfers play a very redistributive role. In Latin America, the Gini coefficient of market income is slightly higher than the OECD, but not that much higher. The real tragedy is that after taxes and transfers, Gini changes very little, which basically says that the efficacy, this whole apparatus, not any individual program, to actually change the market distribution into the post-market as a transferring framework is very slow. That's on the efficacy side of this. The efficiency side, what you're actually doing is de facto taxing formality because the benefits to be internalized in the contract between the firm and the worker. And Haroon was talking about wage employment. My guess, I don't know much about Africa, is that part of the problem with wage employment is that if it is being taxed implicitly through the structure of social protection, wage employment will be depressed. It is the case in Latin America. We have a lot of econometric evidence that this in fact happens. And at the same time, informality is being subsidized because you're getting benefits paid from the general revenues conditional not on being poor, conditional on being informal. So the same person, the same human capital, with the same abilities is being told, if you have a formal job, your health insurance and maybe your pension will be paid from general revenues. If you get an informal job, now you and the firm that hires you has to pay for those benefits. So that taxing formality and subsidizing informality is not really very good from the point of view of productivity. Bottom line. What's happened in Latin America over the last 3 decades? Huge effort to increase social spending in social protection. Governments have worried about the issue of inequality and poverty. They've made huge budgetary efforts. Broadly for the region as a whole, spending went from 7 to about 15% of GDP in the course of about 3 decades. A big effort. We continue to be one of the most unequal regions of the world after that very big effort in spending. We did reduce poverty, but relative to the income of the region, poverty is still high. There are many reasons for this. The formal-informal segmentation of the labor market and of firms is one of the reasons, not the only one, is one of the reasons why Latin America, TFP, total factor productivity in Latin America has stagnated for a long time. So let me conclude, I have 34 seconds. It is true that Latin America pioneered conditional cash transfers program, but it was not noticed sufficiently that at the same time that the region was doing that, it was developing a second-tier system of parallel social insurance. These programs developed in an uncoordinated way, scheme by scheme. The government responded to social needs by creating now a pension program, now a health program, now a daycare program. This situation has 2 major problems. One, a dual system of social insurance constructed around worker status in the labor market, status that is fluctuating depending on shocks in demand, technology changes, idiosyncratic shocks, and the fact that sometimes insurance and income transfers are conflated. This is an important discussion when we talk about universal basic income and all that. It is not the same to provide income as to provide insurance, particularly if you want to protect people against catastrophic expenditures. As it stands today, this architecture places Latin American governments in a fairly difficult dilemma. From the inclusion social point of view, you want to increase benefits to informal workers so that they have the same benefits to formal workers. From the efficiency point of view, you don't want to keep on taxing the formal sector of the economy to subsidize the informal sector of the economy. This is not such a good idea from the point of view of productivity. Two more points. Yesterday, there was some discussion about agility, some discussion about flexibility. This architecture must respond well to the dynamics of the labor market. It's constructed against a key concept of dependent employment. That was the original Bismarckian concept, which more than 100 years after Bismarck, in Latin America, more than 80 years after this was imported, covers less than half of the population. So if we think about more dynamic economies in which there's technical change, in which people change jobs over their lifetime, all the sort of things that we discussed yesterday afternoon, this kind of structure is not going to work. We need in other middle income countries to learn both the positive and the negative lessons from the Latin American experience and internalize these lessons. Three key messages, and I stop here. We need a vision of social protection as countries are growing, not an accumulation of scheme by scheme, inventing it as we so long. Do not conflate income transfers with social insurance. They're two separate objectives. And lastly, stay away from constructing social protection in the labor market, how to build outside the labor market, except for those things that are associated with the behavior of firms like work risk insurance or social insurance. Inclusion is not a collection of programs. Inclusion is a real vision of how people can all participate in the same institution of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Santiago, for this clear exposition of a big problem in terms of inclusion in Latin America, this dilemma between efficiency of the distribution system. But to Surjit Bala. Surjit, the floor. We need to
Okay. Let's move to the next one. Basically, I'm going to talk about the three issues here, and let's quickly go over to what the presentation is about. Keep in mind the headline, data is the new oil, it is also the old oil, and it is political. Whether it should be or not, I don't think it should be, but that's what I hope to discuss. Measurement and evaluation of inclusion is the central part of any policy on inclusion. So, in India at least, questions on what has happened to poverty, equality, and employment extremely controversial. And we'll go through the data from 1983, 2022, on government data, non-government data, etc., to try and substantiate that there is a real problem with interpretation and perhaps with the data itself. Simple definition point to keep in mind, inclusion means at least an equal sharing the proceeds from growth. So in other words, if the share of income or share of consumption, whatever quality indicator you take, they should grow at the same rate as the average. They can grow faster, they can grow slower, they should at least grow at the same rate, or to consider that it was inclusive growth. And this presentation will examine the nature of inclusive growth in India. Let's first start off with something about the world, which Francois mentioned and has come up all the time in the discussion, as it should.
Now, part of the controversial nature of inequality is that there is a belief that world inequality has deteriorated considerably, though, as Francois mentioned, that over the last 20 years, perhaps it's improved. What I want to show from this data is that it has to have improved and improved dramatically. There are two regions in the world, and I give the example of India and China as well. India and China average growth rate for the last 30 years has been 5.9% of 5.9% per year. Now remember, these two countries account for something like 40% of global population, and they were the poorest in the world in 1980. They have grown, their average income has grown at 5.9, and the world average is something like less than 2.3, because the world average includes a 5.9. So it has to have improved, yet we don't take this into calculation. And when I first presented these results back in 2002, in a book called Imagine There's No Country, it was met with considerable skepticism, not to mention opposition. Next, the important background, did I pass through one? Yeah, okay. The important background to what has happened to world inequality is that the big change over the last 40 years, perhaps the biggest change, along with decline in fertility, is the rise in average levels of education, especially amongst the poorest countries of the world. This will have and has had effects. And in a study in 2017, I showed that if you take the Western world, they had in 1992 the same number of college graduates, that is the flow, not the stock, same number of college graduates, about 80 million graduating in 1992. And in 2016, and these numbers have really jumped since then, the Western world went up to 124 million, and the rest of the world went up to 263 million. In other words, what we've had is a very rapid expansion in college graduates, which means that the labor supply, the richer salaried workers, has moved upward. This can have predictable effects. One of the interesting effects in India is that, and this is based on NSS data on wages since 1983, to have is that the unskilled workers' wages have expanded at an annual rate of 5.2%, and the skilled, which includes the salaried workers. In India, we have a classification. You salaried, you casual, hourly wage workers, or self-employed. The casual and salaried workers today account for approximately 25% each in India. And you can see that especially since 2011, casual workers wages have really gone up, where salaried worker wages have stayed nearly the same. Now, official income data for India are not available. Consumption inequality is available all the time. Basically, the various surveys that have come out since 2011 show that consumption inequality has declined since 2011. You await the results of, or the data, the 22-23 consumption expenditures survey. And look at just it's real inequality. A lot of the time, papers mention nominal inequality should be the real, and the numbers are there given to you. Now, big controversial question about inclusion about equality, and this was brought up by former President Obama, about the fact that Muslims in India were really discriminated against, or at least implied. And what I'm going to present over here is just the wage data. The discrimination can take many forms. Inclusion, non-inclusion can take many forms. This is the labor market, and this includes salaried workers, non-salaried workers, etc. And what you have is that the median real wage of Muslims relative to Hindus is higher. Now it's about equal. So no evidence that there is wage discrimination, and it includes the endowments, etc., your Haka blinder decomposition, all the numbers are there, and including what has happened in the US, where there's been an industry studying black-white wage differential since about the early 1970s. No change in wage equality, white inequality in the US. There has been about a slight deterioration. So this has to be kept in perspective, that we have an example from the most democratic country in the world as to what has happened there. Now, one of the biggest stories in the world and in India is what has happened to education. I've given the numbers for 15 to 24, which is the youth. There is complete equality between men and women for education in India today. 15 to 64 is a legacy effect or a generational effect, much more meaningful to look at 15 to 24, 15 to 29, and this is really, really striking. There are many other pieces of evidence about gender equality in education in India. There's more women in college in India today than men. Oxford University had reached, after a 1,000-year history, just a few years back, there were more women in college in Oxford than men. This is a real, genuine revolution which will have consequent effects on wages and occupations, etc., in the future. One other thing to note about what's happening to gender equality in India, it's just one example. Wage inequality is another big example, and they haven't quite reached gender equality in wages. Female pilots in India are amongst the highest in the world, the highest in the world, at about 15% versus a 3% world average. STEM enrollment in India is something close to about 42%, whereas in the US, something close to 31%. So a lot of change happening, a lot of change towards inclusion in India. We have estimates of extreme poverty in India. A recent working paper that I was involved in at the IMF says that there's basically elimination of extreme poverty. Don't ask this question from the gold standard of poverty estimates, which is the World Bank. So the important question comes, how do we arrive at the conclusion that extreme poverty has been eliminated less than 1%? The World Bank thinks it's something like 10, 15%. So what we show is that really the assumptions as the results. The World Bank, and this recalls the earlier conversation, the earlier session, about a systematic mission creep, and in this case, a misuse of data, that they use a very old-fashioned 30-day recall method. World Bank does. The rest of the world does not. It says whatever is the consumption growth, not here. And I will show you this graph. That the World Bank assumes that only 0.67% of the growth in national accounts consumption passes through to the poor. In India, passes through to consumption, average consumption, forget the poor. In India,
This has never happened except for 1 year, and the numbers show that this is really quite an error on the part of the World Bank. Why it happens is another story. Now, I also present data on the surveys that have happened in India and what their poverty estimate is. One popular survey in India is the CMIE survey, and there are a lot of sampling problems with CMI data. I'm only repeating it because other people will say, what about this? What about even the CMI data shows a large decline in poverty in India. So we come to the end, and I want to point out some counter opinion on inclusion in India. And I'll just go through the first one. Despite a 50% growth in real average consumption post 2011-12, international and domestic scholars, IDS, maintain that extreme poverty in India has stayed constant at around 20%. That is zero consumption increase, bottom fifth of the population. Consistent with this are the income inequality estimates of IDS. Second, UN employment projections show that the age group 15 to 64 will expand by 100 million over the next decade, approximately 10 million a year, the entire working age population. Yet, IDS maintains that more than 100 million jobs are needed the next decade, with one prominent scholar estimating the need to be 200 million. The working age population will expand by 100 million. Jobs needed in India will expand by 200 million. Official PLFS data shows that female labor force participation rate 28 to 36%, depending on which definition you use. IDS scholars maintain on the basis of CMI data, which I just referred to, which they use instead of PLFS, both are available. They will use the CMI data to show that Indian female labor force participation rate is around 8%, lowest in the world, and well below Yemen. And this passes in scholarly papers. And that's what my question first is. Do such debates happen elsewhere? We've got a representation from around the world, major scholars who worked on poverty, who worked on inclusion, worked on income inequality. I'm just saying this is part of the debate in India. Does this happen elsewhere? In my reading, it doesn't. I would really like to hear the large number of scholars assembled. Second, and this came up yesterday, etc., query. Can artificial intelligence help identify bad data and its use? You have to remember, you have to train the neural networks, and we don't know, is human interaction and interpretation still helpful, which means guys like me will still have a job. Thank you very much. What is that?
Okay, back to you, Francois. International and domestic scholars. Oh, I see. I thought you meant IDS Sussex. Okay, Francois, I can see now two people have their pylons up, but the usual record is that people keep adding. So I will identify the order of speakers, and please let me know if you can hear the question, and we will do a full round, then hand over to you, and you go back to the panel. Is that acceptable?
That's fine.
Yeah, okay. So I think I first saw Alicia, was it? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for a wonderful panel. I think this is a very important issue to cover. I want to go back to Santiago's presentation on Latin America. And basically because having lived 18 years in Asia, there's a striking difference in both in average growth, but also actually in trends in income distribution, which actually has worsened in Asia. including China, although it's very hard to find Gini coefficients. That's basically what we find, especially more recently. So if I were to draw a conclusion, I would kind of think, okay, is it about social security? Is it about the design of social security? Is it about something else, which is basically that the region has been stagnant for decades? Because I think drawing the right conclusions on this is really important for the rest of the emerging world, because we may end up thinking, okay, it was the wrong model. Let's not think about the welfare state in the developing world. So I want to push you a little bit more on, is it the design? If the design were fine, would it have been a good thing, the counterfactual for Latin America?
Next, I think I have Ashima.
Thank you. Congratulations to all the panelists for very excellent presentations, keeping up the quality with yesterday. My question is to Santiago. Your slides are very, in terms of analysis of the impacts of interventions and therefore what is an optimal design. So my question was about the CCT conditional transfers, if they're conditional on education and so on. You said did not really help because they could not escape from the informal sector. Now in India, we have, the quality of education for first-time learners might not be very high, but you have sort of NGOs who come in and finishing schools who will say, teach them English for 6 months, then they will get jobs in newly opened malls as salespersons. And so this is what I call a quality ladder. So doesn't something like that happen in Latin America? Thank you.
Okay. Next, Ottaviano.
Thank you, Saman, and thank the panelists for such a fantastic cluster of presentations and so on. I would like to ask Santiago.
Could you get closer to the mic?
Yes. I will move my chair. It's better. I would ask Santiago, it's not by chance that Santiago has become, he's the #1 name that comes to mind of all of us in the region when one wants to discuss the questions that he addressed here, including a key that he played back in 2003 when I was deputy minister and made the bridge between him and the President Lula, and he came to Brazil and over a weekend convinced President Lula that it was time to adopt a conditional cash transfer. We thank you very much. Santiago, tell us a bit more, please, summarize the way anyway, the connection between informality and low productivity. And this matters so much. I remember during the COVID, when there was the implementation of emergency plans in Brazil, a huge problem was the fact that only 45% of the labor force was formal, and you had registries and so on. While at the same time, Nigeria only had 90% of its labor force. So if there is this kind of problem because of informality, I wonder whether the same arguments that you will find for Latin America would apply for other regions as well. To Sujit, that a very compelling presentation, but I must confess it doesn't fit very much, maybe because the difference in database and so on. With I, for instance, was VP at the World Bank, and was my 2 people from my team were responsible for the World Development Report of 2012 on gender equality and economic growth. Now, I remember quite clearly the picture quite different from the one that you depicted here. Of course, there are several good examples coming from India, including the benefits of having women participating in some regional congress, where the allocation of resources was more dedicated to appropriate investments and so on, and we highlighted that. India, of course, when it comes to gender inequality, is not like the extreme case like Pakistan or the Saudis and so on. But the picture was quite different from the one. I wonder how that might have changed in 10 years. And the same applies to the question of inequality. You spoke in broad terms about the decline in wage inequality and so on. But as I myself yesterday, using the data made possible, the revolution that Professor Bourguignon made at the bank when it comes to poverty measurement in his old times, we have a two-tier process. It's true that the GDP per capita, the Gini, has declined. At the same time, in many countries, most countries, rise in the intra-country inequality. Not exactly the picture that you depicted here. And even if you don't use methodology of Monsieur Petit, which numbers even worse when it comes to income concentration, I found your take on the wage inequality very much of sync with what is almost a consensus outside. So I like to say that. Thank you very much. Presentations, really very good, fantastic.
Thank you, Anand.
Many thanks for the excellent presentations. I have a few questions for Santiago. For most of the African economies, as you know, the level of informality is very high. So what would be your advice in such situation on the best way to design social security and social insurance type of schemes? The other issue here also that comes in mind is the fact that even, when you do studies in terms of the near poor that are at the margin with any type of shocks that can actually fall into poverty, what would be the right approach in designing social policies? Should you not only protect those that are already under the poverty line, but also close to it? Should you just design these policies to protect them? Shall they fall into poverty? For the presentation by Surjit, very fascinating presentation. Thank you. Some of the things that I wanted to ask about, because it's very provocative in a way. We always think of the issue of unskilled and skilled, as the skilled is the way it's associated with productivity, and hence that's where you bring more growth, the wages. So the data that you showed does not go along these lines. So how does this translate into our thinking of the link between, skills, wages, and productivity? Are we heading into a different paradigm? And on the alternative, on the data, what really, I didn't get that point. It would be great to clarify this divergence between, the fact that the consumption has been growing, but yet the poverty seems constant. What is your justification of, the data like having this inconsistency? And then for alternative data, can we think of alternative, maybe complementary or alternative data through satellite imagery, AI, big data, that can kind of be a way of verifying things that we're seeing in other data? And then lastly, for Haroon, I'd like to throw back Surjit question to you in terms of whether we see any such trends in Africa that is similar to what was actually depicted for India. So it's a very good way to avoid ending with me.
Okay, thank you, Mari.
Thank you, and thank you to the panel for another excellent set of presentations. First question to Haroon. I think the numbers on the youth, number of youths that have to be employed was really I think, very eye-opening. Perhaps we knew those, but seeing you present those numbers show the challenge for Africa. So, I mean, you mentioned a few ideas about the job creation that's needed in manufacturing, and I would say services. And I would say agriculture itself, how to increase the productivity in agriculture. And I think that linking it to yesterday's discussion, Africa is rich in resources. So given the raw material and rare earth kind of discussion, can South Africa, I think you mentioned you missed the commodity cycle, the super commodity cycle. Can we not miss the next one? How should we approach it and learn from the experience? And lastly, I think I still believe that trade and investment needs to be part of Africa's answer to job creation. And the fact that we are going to see more regionalization of value chains. And a study done by the bank 2 years ago on if you actually had full decoupling, if you would, the ones that would be hurt the most is actually Africa. We actually had a number, if I recall that number very vividly, that 50 million more people would go into poverty in sub-Saharan South Africa because they cannot take opportunity to have trade. So the question there is about the African continental free trade area. I mean, Africa is actually the least integrated within themselves. And that to me is a very big opportunity. I know we've talked about this for decades, but isn't it time that we really address this, both in the connectivity issue and green transition issue, leapfrogging opportunities, services opportunities? Santiago, great presentation. Actually, Indonesia learned about cash transfers from Latin America when we did our cash transfer program in 2005. So my question is, given, I think it was similar to Alicia's question and this question, what have we learned about this efficacy and efficiency of social protection programs after COVID? Because what happened, I think, with COVID, the social protection schemes that we developed and Latin America developed was very targeted to the poor. But during COVID, it had to become wider because everybody was hit. So it's the notion of more adaptable social protection schemes helped a lot by digital and the ability to deliver through digital. Actually, Anand didn't mention it yesterday. He kind of touched on it. But India was able to, if I'm not mistaken, deliver 800 million social protection support during the pandemic. That could have only happened because you had that digital infrastructure. So how much of that learning should we be looking at? Finally, to Surjit, we don't have these debates, the answer, but I actually didn't want to talk to you about that. I wanted to ask you about the low female labor force participation rate, whether it's 8% or whether it's 28 to 36%. It's still low, global average, even for developing countries, which is around 50%. So what's the reason? Because I know that's one of the agenda for G20, increasing female labor participation rate. Is it the discriminatory laws and regulation? Is it they can't work because they don't have childcare? Is it the safe transportation? And I would say that's kind of a bigger discussion. I don't know how much of the G20 discussion is looking into this, but I would say it's probably a very good area if we're talking about inclusiveness.
Thank you. I just wanted to alert Francois to the fact that we are now running out of the allotted time. We do have one speaker on the program, my colleague, Dr. Vinod Paul. We have Peter Drysdale still, the inside group, who will contribute. So then you will, of course, want to come back to the panel. So please guide me. After Peter, do you want me to recognize Dr. Paul? Do you want to go back to the panel?
I believe it would be better to hear Dr. Paul first,
okay,
and then see to go back to the panel.
Well, thank you, Peter. So yours will have to be the last intervention.
Samuel, you mentioned the divergence between post-transfer Gini coefficients in advanced countries compared with the Latin American. In fact, of course, there's a great difference across advanced countries in this respect. Across advanced countries in this respect. If you look at the American case, for example, and compare it with the Australian case or the Scandinavian cases, there's a considerable difference there, which plays into the effectiveness, efficacy of these schemes, shock absorbers for change and shock, including international trade. There's a close relationship between how effective these systems are in advanced countries and how supportive communities are of national openness. I wonder, do you think that this is a discussion that could be successfully taken into the G20 process, and how would you do it?
I abuse my position as de facto chair for a minute to add three questions to the panel. One is, building rents and real exchange rate. This is something that unites Africa and Latin America in very different landman ratio. So is there a real exchange rate issue? And of course, we have Peter here and a tradition of real exchange rate analysis that, comes from the Australian school. Second, the discussion talks of resilience in dealing with shocks. And so just at what level should one be considering resilience? At the level of so what are the institutions of resilience and metrics of resilience? And then finally, just to get to the point that Marie made, Marie, I think South Asia, if anything, is even less integrated than is Africa. We're more integrated, and I think the outcomes would be better. But just to say that I accept the point, the analytic point, but just to say that South Asia has not been doing too badly on inclusion. Obviously, it could have done even better. That, Dr. Paul, questions, you have responsibility particularly for health, but also education. A question has arisen about India's use of digitization. And Sujit's presentation raised questions about living standards. So in your 7 minutes, whatever you wish to contribute to the debate before we go back to the panel.
Thank you very much. I'd like to touch upon two themes, hopefully. On digital goods and architecture, I think we've had a nice presentation yesterday, which answers part of the question that you raised in terms of how it is helping the poor and also stimulating development. But the point that I like to make are connected to the major part of the discussion here. I'd like to add here, in continuity with the data shown by Dr. Bhalla, that the multidimensional poverty in India has declined. Since 10 days ago, or around 10 days ago, we launched our national multidimensional poverty index for India, which is broadly the lines of the global index. And what we are happy to report is that compared to 2015-2016, vis-a-vis 2019-21, 5 years, multidimensional poverty declined from 25% to 15% in this 5 years span. 25%, 15%. And the most dramatic decline was not in urban areas, but in rural areas, from 33% to 19%, almost one-third decline. We have to report that 135 million individuals, citizens of India, came out of multidimensional poverty during this relatively short period of time. And we believe we can visualize achieving SDG target 1.2 much ahead of the 2030 timeline. One part of this related this issue is my curiosity. I'm a doctor, pediatrician. I chance to have looked at World Inequality Report, which shows that globally, top 10% of the people have 50% more of the income, and the bottom 50% have typically less than 10% of the income. My question and thought is, what is the norm for an inclusive, just, equitable society going forward? Having learned from going into the 21st century and beyond, what should be that mix? And I wonder, because it has issues that I'm concerned with: health, nutrition, social justice, and so on. But that's by way of curiosity. My second point is in relation to the role that health shocks and shocks related to healthcare, financial shocks, have to play for creating inequalities and poverty. The impoverishment due to health spending in India in 2015-16 is estimated by a study to be 5.1%, which, using another study, for not exactly comparable, was 3.3%. So 2 points here. 3.3%, maybe a slight decline and probably a true decline. But the fact remains for India, over 32 million individuals are pushed into poverty every year, even now. We are relentlessly addressing this issue. Our out-of-pocket expenditure between 2015 to 2019-20 has declined from 65% to 47%. 47% is high, 65% was very, very high. So we are working in that direction. The global average of the pocket expenditure is 17. Can we do better globally? Of course, can we do much better in India? And it amounts to per capita of 200 PPP dollars. That must be very serious for many, many societies. I'd like to bring to your kind attention that there are major reasons for out-of-pocket expenditure is outpatient care, expenditure on medicines, and diagnostics. I'd like to mention and submit that India, being the pharmacy of the world, affordable medicines to the world as being supplied in huge number, huge amount, and there is a role for us to enhance that availability across continents. And this, we like to suggest how we can be more useful in areas where there are significant challenges. We also believe that we can offer inexpensive, affordable diagnostics. In the course of COVID, 200 new diagnostics came from India, almost 300, in a matter of something like 4 months. We're trying to make available over 100 drugs through our primary healthcare system, which has seen a transformation with the institutionalization of more than 150,000 health and wellness centers in a span of some 4 years, 2018 to 2022. And we are expanding access to healthcare through this primary care system. We'll be aware of, and that's my last point, aware of the very impressive, large Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which is the world's largest health insurance, publicly funded health insurance program of the world, which we have a cover for over 600 million citizens of India. In the course of about 5 years, we have seen 54 million hospitalizations, typically 43,000 per day. That's a lot of admissions every minute. And we believe, on the basis of the estimates available to us, that this scheme has saved $12 billion out-of-pocket expenditure to the citizens of India. We look forward to your ideas on how, in principle, that's my recommendation, is thinking about finding ways to improve the lot of people and to create an equitable society, reduce inequalities. Please continue to guide the world on SDG 3.8, universal health coverage. It is a very important part, and this journey is scientific journey. It's an informed journey. It doesn't happen in an ad hoc way.
We need to create guidance around this, share experiences, and to create a set of workable options for our political leaderships. India is truly and deeply committed, and I submit here some of the efforts that we have been doing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Paul. And now the rest of the session is in your capable hands, François.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Paul. Thank you very much, Suman. Okay, of course, I also had some questions to the panelists, but because there were so many questions being asked to them, I think I will pass on my own questions, or maybe send them emails about what is bothering me in what their presentation. So maybe because of the questions to Santiago, let's move first to Santiago. Santiago, do you want to pick up a couple of issues between trying not to go beyond 2 minutes?
Thank you. Try. Really quickly, Alicia. It is not the only cause. I think we're not going to find the cause of why Latin America has performed so badly, but certainly a dysfunctional system of social insurance is one of the causes. It's partly the design, and it's partly the way it operates, because it was designed thinking that people were going to be in a permanent labor status all their lives. What we have learned is that that's not the case. So it's partly design. It's not the only cause. It is one of the causes. Super quickly on a sheet. It did work. It did work for what we wanted them to work, which was to increase the human capital of the poor. So there's plenty of evidence that nutrition improved, years of schooling went up, mobility went down. There's plenty of evidence that the impact on the human capital was positive, as was expected. What did not happen is that the intergenerational transmission of poverty, in the sense that the younger people who had better human capital would get more productive jobs, and therefore need income transfer to the next generation. And the problem was basically a problem of objectives and instruments. The CCT was an instrument to get the objective to increase human capital. We needed another instrument for the objective of improving the functioning of the labor market. And that second instrument was not there. In fact, many other reasons obstructed the better functioning of the labor market. And that's what I meant. The CCTs did not translate into better jobs, not because of the CCTs, but because of the absence of another instrument to take care of the objective of better paying jobs with more productivity. And so that's why this is sort of the systemic interaction between the income transfer part and the social insurance part needs to be looked in sort of a general equilibrium view. Super quickly, Fabiano, thanks a lot. I think for some idiosyncratic shocks, to respond to them with transitory income transfers, and this also talks on Mary's point, I think is quite fine. Brazil did it really well with COVID. Very, very quickly developed the mechanisms to do income transfers. What I'm trying to make the distinction is between idiosyncratic shocks, unpredictable, versus continuous systemic shocks like health shocks, disability shocks, which will no longer occur, longevity shocks. So for idiosyncratic shocks, we certainly can take a huge advantage of all these digital technologies and all that. And India is really well poised for that, when what we heard yesterday, to deliver very quickly income transfers to respond to idiosyncratic shocks and avoid transitory poverty and a lot of suffering. What I'm saying is those income transfers are not the instrument for systemic human shocks like health, disability, and which are covered, and this is the key point, through two separate instruments for one objective. Now it's the opposite problem. We have social insurance contributory, non-contributory social insurance. They're really the same people because they're transiting from one to the other. That's kind of the source of the big problem. I think I've eaten, I'm just going to take 15 seconds, Francois. on Hanan's point. So really, very good point, Hanan. We have to do a lot more to avoid the near poor, which are top of the poverty line, to avoid falling for poverty. And that's why I highlight the importance of insurance. DTCTs will help you once you're poor. A lot of people make it and then they suffer a preventable shock that could have been insured. It was not insured, and then they brought them back into poverty. And we have data, people coming in and out of poverty, so the answers of insurance. So I don't know much about Africa, but my sense is you can begin to move in the direction of universalizing shocks that will cause the near poor to come back into poverty. The main one, most important one, I think, is a health shock. So I second what Paul said. If I were to move in one direction, I would move into the direction of universal health insurance as the one big, most important objective in the short run. One additional important point, keep it outside of the labor market. And de-link it from the labor market. Again, Brazil is the only country in Latin America that did it, benefited from that. Everywhere else in the region, we have segmented it. That's mainly the source of the problem. Sorry, Francois, I took like 40 more seconds. Which is
to pick up the African questions.
Because I don't know, I don't have time. So Suman and Hanan that are sort of trying to put them together. I mean, in many senses, if you're talking about commodity price super cycles, I think it's much, much more than the Dutch disease problem, even though that lurks as a long-run structural barrier to global manufacturing base. For me, the evidence has shown, firstly, license-based industries in sub-Saharan Africa always bring with it governance challenges, and that's just been a repeated ongoing problem. Even if the license-based process is fair and transparent, simply because of the base of revenue that it offers to governments, there are downstream challenges. You just need to look at the debt problem that Zambia faces, right? So as we talk to sort of restructuring the debt issue in Zambia, the debt that actually really arose out of corruption, basically a government that stole copper revenues. I think combine that with the fact that you've got high cost of entry into minerals industries, you've got therefore very low employment outcomes. High capital cost of entry means that it's only large multinationals can actually engage in these sectors. You've got the makings of an economy that just can't get out of its pattern of resource dependence. Marie's point is an interesting one. I think I come to the CFTA, many meetings and engagements that are attempted, micro barriers are so massive and so huge that this sort of general equilibrium solution is incredibly difficult. I like the idea of President Ramaphosa to the DRC recently. Yes, there are a lot of sort of political discussions, but a lot of economic engagements around bilateral agreements on energy provisioning, on the cobalt battery interaction, and I think sort of bilateral trade relations for me offer more opportunities to buffer African economies. But let me stop. One last point: because of these governance failures and the inability to use mineral winds, you let's take the Zambia case again, and many others, you find that Santiago's sort of sophisticated, careful thinking around social protection can't even begin in many African economies because the revenue base and the governance systems do not exist. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Arun. Surjit, do you want to react to the questions?
Thank you very much. I definitely want to react. And I want to say to all the comments that were made, this is part of the paper, and you will see your comments reflected in improving the paper. But let me make 3 broad points. First, we as scholars, mostly trained in the West, and follow so much trained in the West, but who follow Western development, which is obviously one of the more important things that has happened over the last 150 years, tend to apply Western response today to structural change economy that are going through the same structural change that the West went through. Let me give you an example of this, that on female labor force participation and education. Now, the data that was available to the World Development Report on labor in India and education in India was 2004. Since then, there has been, and the data is there in the paper, this in 2004, the average attainment of education of women was 4.2 years. In 2021, it's 7 years, and so on and so forth. Second, and this was a paper done for LSE back in 2009, that education, don't forget the education transformation affects all variables. So if you apply mechanically the labor force participation, which is did you work, what you get the wrong answers because a large amount of women are going into education. So therefore, if you look at variable, which is education and or work, you find there was zero decline in the labor force participation rate and was as high, something like 60% or so. So, we cannot apply blindly the models and the events and the results for economies that have completed their structural change. India and many developing countries, including Africa, going through rapid structural change, and to apply, oh, you didn't participate in the labor force, we were going to school. I'm sorry, a Western definition doesn't allow me to have that you attended school. That's one point. Second, to Hannah's point, this is going to wage of casual workers versus non. In the US, casual workers, that is to say, in the US, it's just high school graduates, as has been well documented. Real wage of college graduates, of high school graduates, people who did not go to college, has stayed constant since 1980. There has been a college premium, which we all have benefited from, and the college premium in the US was accelerating until about 2014, 2015. And since then, college premium has stabilized. Now, I don't know what AI will do. College premium is no longer growing, it's flat in the US. So this, whether you want to take Europe, and we're collecting data as to what has happened in the West, I think this is the biggest phenomena not understood about the salaried workers, college-educated workers. Huge expansion in supply. Econ 101 will tell you relative wage will fall. AI will help maybe, but I don't think it will help the vast majority. So the conclusion, I'm giving a forecast. What you're seeing about India today, you go and do this analysis for any country in the world, you will see the same result. But it needs a lot of effort to go through that data and isolate. I'm working on a project that will attempt to do that. But I think you picked on the key point in this whole, and that's why I gave the result about what was happening to casual versus non. Consumption, how is poverty, how is consumption growing at 50% and poverty staying constant? Please ask that to the authors that do. The political economy of misuse and use of data is terribly important in this polarized Twitter world. Terribly important. So we all come, look, I have an ideology, so does everybody in this room, so does everybody in the world. The question that we have to ask, do you let your ideology affect your interpretation of data. I don't know, but that's still. The last point.
Okay, very last point, please.
Low labor force participation rate. What is the explanation? You know, prior to this entire debate in India, the political economy of the debate on labor force participation rate, the view was, look at Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka is about 36% labor force participation rate of women. Nobody ever asked the question why it was so low. Bangladesh was also around 36% or 38%, maybe now 45%, formal workers, etc. So, you know, another big important factor, and this is the last point I will make, labor force participation rate of women. There is a significant increase, in my view, of cultured cultivation, what my wife calls tiger mom syndrome, that women, educated women, are taking time out to the aspirations, etc., which are different than in the world is really, really competitive today. That's another thing that we need to keep into mind. World, not just India, not just the US, the world is very, very competitive. And I'll just close on that. Therefore, you know, we cannot apply the models that work so well for the last 150 years. Cultural cultivation is going to be a dominant force in India, the tiger mom, etc., as well as elsewhere. That may affect labor force participation rate of women. Would predict. Thank you.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, thank you very much, Sujit, and thank you very much to the three panelists. Three very, very, very quick points to finish, to conclude, which I believe are really G20 points. What I would get from the presentations and the discussion as key areas for policy for intervention. First, I believe that Africa is an extremely important area where we may observe in the coming decades some lags in comparison with the rest of the world. And to make sure that adjustment to the new economic environment is taking place in Africa is absolutely essential. Second point, in many countries, inequality is high. In some countries, distribution is already very high. These are advanced countries. And in other countries, the distribution is very low, which is in many developing countries. I'm not referring maybe to middle-income countries, maybe more to low-income countries. The point with high inequality to start with in countries where distribution is really strong is that inequality may be very difficult to eliminate, simply because the redistribution system may be at the limit of its capacity, and if expanded, lead to big drops, big losses in terms of efficiency. In those countries where redistribution is very low, then more inequality will definitely not be compensated by the redistribution system, which means that in those countries, it is important to make sure that distribution is developing. In the first set of countries where redistribution is already high, the point is that those countries must try to avoid that very inequality before redistribution developed, which is a different type of policy issue than redistribution. And I believe this is an area for reflection by the G20. And my last point is in connection with the discussion by Sujit, which is the fact that we need to have good data in the field of income distribution, inequality of all types. The data that we have is really not satisfactory. There are too many countries where we're asking the kind of question that Sujit is asking in the case of India. What is going on? Why is it the case that some people are saying that inequality has been going up big time and other people say exactly the opposite? We cannot stay in a world where the basis for discussion is not firm. And this effort in statistics, in making sure that we are learning the right thing and that we are measuring the right thing, is something which is extremely important and on which there could be some international action in the years to come. Again, I believe that this is something which the G20 could keep in mind. So having said that, I will conclude the session here. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you very much to Dr. Paul. Thank you very much to participants who asked questions. I think it has been, and this is the time that we end up very, very late over time, meaning that there was a lot of interest for this panel. And I hope that many of the ideas which were exchanged today here in Delhi will make the to other levels in the decision process. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Francois. Could I try just trouble you to stay a moment longer for two reasons, Francois? One is I was remiss in not thanking you as the board chair of GDN, volunteering GDN as a partner to this event. So thank you for that. But secondly, because people may disperse, may I just call on Jean-Louis so-called discussion leads, but
Yes, so you mean in terms of the publication?
Right.
Yeah. So we're doing transcripts basically of everything that's gone on over the past 2 days, day and a half. People who have the presenters, we will send you the transcripts so that and we will hound you. You can run, but you can't hide. In particular, over there will be hounding you. And the idea, as Suman said on the first day, is to have something which sort of has the type of structure, of ABCDE, short papers. If there were PowerPoints, it doesn't matter whether you had one or not. If there are PowerPoints, we'll try to integrate that in there. And the idea is that we have something which is ready basically for the handover of the G20 presidency from India, Brazil, at the end of November, beginning of December. We will be hounding you for your and Malu's from Kerala, and he can hound.
fine. So I don't know whether it's realistic to return bang on time at 15:15, but let's do our very best because the best will be the last. So there's a round table. We're hoping Amitabh will join us where, the wise 40 agitate on exactly the point that Francois just made about, so what does this mean for the G20, the Brazilian presidency, longer term? But thanks again for another terrific discussion. And let's go to lunch. Thank you. Okay, as you wish. I was going to. So we've left the best for last in two respects. Those of you who were here the first morning had the privilege of hearing from our G20 Sherpa, Amitabh Kant, who encouraged us to put on this event and to list it as an official side event of the G20. Thank you, Amitabh. And what this is, a round table on how must the G20 evolve. The program says chaired by Jean-Louis and Amitabh, but by popular demand, I will be yet again your chair. And because I know who's who. And so the sequence is, as I understand, as agreed between Jean-Louis and Amitabh, is Jean-Louis has put together a few talking points, not, I think, dependent on AI, although who knows these days, following which Amitabh will react. And then, this is when, as it were, we draw on all of you. So Amitabh is not only your link to India's G20 presidency, he will manage the Troika handover to Brazil at the end of the presidency. The point has been made several times that this sequence of Indonesia, India, Brazil, South Africa is like one of our astrological sort of events. And so it's not to be squandered, but Rome is not built in a day either. And so to, as it were, present before our Sherpa, as it were, the deeper issues in bringing about a more just, this-oriented world order. That's what I'm hoping each of you will contribute to this final session in the presence of our G20 Sherpa. Amitabh, thank you. We know how much pressure you're under. Your personal presence at the beginning, at the end, is enormously encouraging to me. With your permission, I now call upon Jean-Louis. May I? Yeah, Jean-Louis.
Thank you. Thank you, Suman, and thank you, Amitabh Kant, for being here. So I'm going to structure this into two parts. First, key takeaways from the past day and a half, and then the way forward for the G20 to set the scene. So let me go through the key takeaways. First, the global financial architecture, which is currently facing a roughly 5 trillion growth finance shortfall. Figures vary, and we've seen different figures. It really requires a significant overhaul for improved efficiency and sustainability, including restructuring for climate action. Comes out clearly. Second, dwindling global liquidity coupled with increased financing needs, especially for developing nations, poses considerable challenges, highlighting the need for resilience and comprehensive risk management. Third, an informal, inefficient, and fragmented global debt architecture is exacerbating various issues, with numerous low-income countries teetering on the edge of debt crisis. Some already ready to fall into it. Fourth, the transition to net zero emissions worldwide is lagging far behind, necessitating substantial upfront financing from private sources, funded finance, and intensified international cooperation. Next, the nature of capital also has evolved considerably over the recent years, shifting towards intangible forms like software and patents. It's no longer brick and mortars and sort of the capital that we learn in terms of ISA quants. This disrupts economies and it reshapes labor markets profoundly. Something that necessarily two next points, which necessarily have to go up. Technological disparity fueled by innovations such as AI and robotics presents significant challenges for less skilled workers in labor-intensive countries. And this exacerbates socioeconomic inequalities and inequities. Sometimes people like to distinguish between the two. A keynote yesterday, digital public infrastructure, DPI. It's a tool for economic transformation through various channels. It accelerates financial inclusion, facilitates digital payments. It provides the foundation for formalizing economies. This comes back to something I'll talk about. It was brought up in a later session. It reconciles the demand for innovation with regulatory necessities by basically embedding policy in source codes. And it plays a crucial role in climate change action, aiding in anticipatory climate financing, the promotion of a circular economy, and the creation of energy interfaces. Next, there's been a shift towards globalization or deglobalization, characterized by increased trade restrictions. This is very worrying. Limited technology diffusion indicates, in this case, a significant transformation in the global economy. The interdependence of global issues necessitates an effective multilateral, plurilateral, or whatever prefix you want to put there, but let's go with multilateral order aimed at universal growth, sustainable and inclusive development, peace, and risk management. The downside, rising protectionism and violations of non-discrimination rules are shifting the world from a unipolar to a multipolar structure, contributing to the rise of a multipolar world and the emergence of globalization. I mean, sort of taking it from the other side. The causality goes both ways. Difficult to say what direction. It's certainly a correlation. Who knows what's the chicken and what's the egg? Systemic crises resulting from disruptive technological innovations and events, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, these underscore the need for an effective insurance mechanism and the importance of health in economic considerations. And international development progress is uneven across regions and demographic groups, with sub-Saharan Africa and other low-income countries lagging in poverty reduction and structural transformation. So there's this whole issue brought up in the last session, so next to the last session, that, and also the last one, the productivity and formal employment issues are key there. And there's huge heterogeneity in social protection schemes internationally. And last but certainly not least, reliable data to actually understand what's going on is sine qua non, because if you can't measure it, it doesn't exist. So the way forward for the G20, based on these takeaways from our last day and a half, these are just suggestions, and I'm sure that Sherpa will elaborate on these and give them more structure. Well, the first thing is to adopt systemic financial reforms, such as making the SDR allocation less discretionary and rule-based, while promoting multilateralism in climate action. And we've already seen some action there, a little bit of action at the Paris summit a while back. Ensure sustainable and transparent debt management, potentially through the establishment of a multilateral creditor club and stronger legal frameworks, and establish a flexibility mission for countries of the global south. Third, bolster financial safety nets, extend bilateral swap lines, invoke IMF contingency lines, and promote investments in human capital to enhance resilience to economic fluctuations. Next, regulate rating agencies, regulate the raters for fairer assessments of emerging countries, and scale up green financing using innovative policies and tools. Next, maximize the use of DPI, of digital public infrastructure, for climate action, including anticipatory climate financing and promotion of a circular economy. Formulate policies promoting advanced manufacturing and skill-intensive technologies such as semiconductors, while ensuring macroeconomic stability and inclusivity. Something we talked an awful lot about also. Engage in transformative reforms of the MDBs to improve capital mobilization, project implementation, and risk sharing. While we're being ambitious, overhaul the WTO to promote plurilateral initiatives, regional trade agreements, and comprehensive partnerships. Leverage the G20's influence to represent the global south. advocate for manageable goals within the framework of the SDGs and support potential growth engines such as India. Encourage the growth of multilaterals and reform multilateral institutions while ensuring that MNCs meet certain thresholds for inclusion in multilateral arrangements. And finally, prioritize education for economic inclusion, build resilience and inclusion for sectoral level growth, and address issues such as multidimensional poverty, considering aspects beyond income, such as health, nutrition, and agriculture.
Thank you so much, Jean-Louis. Now, Amitabh, you shared with us the goals of India's G20 presidency and at the opening session. You and Jean-Louis have talked a little bit looking longer term. Following your remarks now, the floor will be open and people will either respond to what you and Jean-Louis have said, or I will sort of go around the table. But what additional medium-term points over and above what you shared with us for the presidency would you care to add?
Let me first thank Niti Aayog, Mr. Berry and Mr. Subramaniam in particular, and IDRC, CDRI, and GDN, the Global Development Network, and Jean-Louis Akan especially for organizing this G20 conference on a green and sustainable growth agenda for the global economy. And I'm truly delighted that the discussions of the past day and a half have been extremely positive and constructive, and there have been some very enriching papers that have been presented. I was traveling, but my staff, which has been present here throughout, told me that the papers have been of very high quality. So I congratulate all of you on this tremendous hard work, and I look forward to receiving your recommendations. And even if a couple of them find their way into the leader's memorandum, it will be an extremely useful exercise. So, ladies and gentlemen, as was highlighted by Jean-Louis, G20 is the world's premier body of global economic cooperation, and there's no other body which can actually, during challenging times, mitigate the impact of global shocks. And therefore, how it must evolve, and that is really the subject for discussion. The figure of about 5 trillion was quoted here, because what the leaders' declaration will do will definitely lay down a range of actions on lifestyle for environment, on sustainable development goals, on green development act, on a vast range of areas. But I think the real challenge in taking forward both climate and SDG forward is really the challenge of finding adequate resource. And well, Jean-Louis talked about a figure of $5 trillion. The Larry Summer report and NK Singh report talks about a figure of 3 trillion. But let me say that while there may be varying figures between 5 and if you take the advanced economies, scope to include advanced economies also, the overall financing gap of over 7 trillion per year. It's important to be optimistic because investments in infrastructure that can contribute really to achieving global net zero emissions also represent a very unprecedented source of economic opportunity. And there are some studies that say that over $90 trillion worth of opportunity is available if we are able to make a transition from fossil fuel to green fuel as compared to business as usual scenario. So there's a huge opportunity. Number two, I've always believed that there is no shortage of funds. In fact, the world is flushed with funds. And although the scale of financing gap, when you talk about it, 5 trillion, 7 trillion, etc., appears daunting, it appears, it is far less insurmountable when you contrast it with the overall pool of global financial assets And the overall financial assets which are available is in the region of over US dollar 350 trillion. So what we are talking is very, very small amounts of sums which are required to transform the world. Now, of this, institutional investors account for almost US dollar 150 trillion. And much of this is held by pension funds, insurance companies, and sovereign wealth funds. It's also important that long-term investment horizons of these institutions are actually quite well suited for investing in infrastructure. And to my mind, in essence, the entire SDG and net zero financing gap in developing countries could be met through a shift of just around 1.1% of these assets. Now, and therefore my view is that it's our ability, it's our ability to be able to push good private sector funds into areas where we need to deploy them expeditiously is critical. And this would require us to focus on the challenge is not about resources, which we all the time keep pointing out and keep saying we need 5 trillion or 7 trillion. It's not about that. The challenge is to improve the risk return nexus and increase co-investments. And this would require public institutions to offer insurance or insurance-like products to protect against regulatory and market risks and the use of concessional financing to lower the overall cost of capital. And this would require a lot of work around blended finance. And to my mind, MEGA is not being effectively used. To my mind, first loss guarantees are not being used. To my mind, there is a lack of work around credit enhancement because there is a vested interest in existing multilateral development bank staff to do only direct lending. Indirect lending is a job and nobody wants to get into tough jobs, and that is what you need to force. The staff gets additional bonuses if you do direct lending. They do not get it if they do indirect lending. And therefore, to my mind, we really need to enable private institutional investors to deploy their capital, and this, to my mind, the deployment of such instruments can actually help leverage private sector capital by factors of almost 5 to 10. And this is very important. Secondly, my view is that one of the most important obstacles inhibiting the deployment of large amount of private and blended finance into emerging and developing economies is the lack of pipeline of investable grade or bankable projects. And therefore, despite its importance, project preparation has not been given the attention by both the countries and by institutions, the attention it deserves, and particularly by the international development community. And in my view, that each dollar that you spend on project preparation can actually crowd in over US dollar $250 of private sector financing. So we need a global project development accelerator to serve as an intermediary, orchestrating the deployment of existing and specialized, but very, ensure that you get fill up the gaps which persist in ensuring good developed projects. And this should actually foster private sector led investment critically into construction and operationalization of these projects, which is very important. And third, of course, I'm very clearly of the view that you need to push for multilateral development banks, and talking about evolution of multilateral development banks as the FMCBG has done shows a lack of political will. I strongly feel that they remain a very important cornerstone of efforts toward development, and they can help mobilize private capital and resources, orders of magnitude which can be used. They can do it, they do it effectively. And but MDBs today do not have the requisite incentives to make private capital mobilization as the focus of their operation. In fact, they often compete with the private sector rather than work with it to facilitate the mobilization of capital. That has been my experience, at least. And the instruments that MDBs currently use to encourage private sector investment are of a very limited size. They are extremely difficult to access. They lack the requisite flexibility, and they take longer time to invoke. And therefore, this is critical that we need to push for greater and greater MDB reforms. One more area I would like to point out, and that is the area of data availability, because I'm a great believer that availability of data and transparency is very critical. And it is also important that MDBs in particular possess vast amount of credit, market, and economic data on developing economies, which has a bearing both on climate and on energy transition. And for the private sector, the lack of availability of requisite and timely data actually increases their risk premium. And therefore, all these data need to be put out in public domain. This is, to my mind, very important, because this will this will make data available. This will strengthen the framework. This will reduce risk in a very big manner. So my view is that this is the way. There's no shortage of funds. To keep talking about shortage of funds is a misnomer. There's a huge amount of funds available. It's our lack of political will which really pushes this. So the major challenges of today are really the reversal on SDGs, climate change, food and energy security. And most of these, we built the building blocks during our G20 presidency, which has been very action-oriented. So we've come out with a 7-year action plan. We built up a lifestyle for sustainable action. We built up a green development pact. But one very critical issue to understand is that in 2008, when G20 was formed, G20s collectively accounted for 82% of global GDP. And the share of developed G20 countries stood at 60%, and the share of developing countries was a mere 22%. Now, today the share of developing countries is increasing. It's gone up to 35%, and the share of developed world is coming down. And as the IMF has said, if 2/3 of the growth, they're saying roughly about 75 to 80% of the growth is going to come from emerging markets. The resources need to flow from the developed world to the emerging markets to enable a better livelihood to the citizens there. What is happening is that the global financial architecture, in which IMF has miserably failed, has led to a scenario where resources are flowing from the developing and emerging markets to the developed world. As a consequence, the cost of living crisis has been has hugely impacted emerging markets. And therefore, to my mind, in future, as now, because with Indonesia, India, Brazil, South Africa, 4 emerging markets holding G20 presidency, one after another, the influence of developing countries is going to rise as their economic power will rise. And therefore, it's important to understand that the world will be a better place. The world will be a better place if there is a greater focus and a flow of resources to emerging markets. And therefore, India's presidency will lend a greater voice to developing countries and integration of developing nations' concerns into the G20 agenda. We will continue to work together on the climate imperative. We are great believers that the impact of climate change will be much lesser at 1.5 degrees than 2 degrees. We are not responsible for carbonizing the world, but we strongly believe that India must be the first country in the world to industrialize without carbonizing. And we welcome greater ambitions on renewables and low carbon transitions. And while we will push for ambitions, the developed world must push for greater finance, climate finance. And without greater climate finance, it is not possible for our entrepreneurs to push for greater climate action. Renewables, green hydrogen, all these areas require long-term lending. It's not possible to do that without unlocking finance for development and climate. And secondly, while the developed world has not lived up to its commitment, my belief always has been that the public sources of funds will not be enough. We will need to leverage private capital in a very big way, as I said. So broadly, my view is that in the coming years, G20 will continue to grow and evolve. It will continue whether the multilateralism to my mind, the challenge before G20 is to provide solutions to the challenges. And the solutions will emerge, to my mind, when we realize that it's in the financial sphere where a lot of action is required. And while you've talked about plurilateralism, regional approaches, or clubs, for G20 to maintain its relevance and as an important body for economic action, it must, to my mind, it must be very, very action oriented, which we envisage it will in its New Delhi Leaders Declaration, but the ambition must be matched by an equally big ambition by all the G20 countries towards ensuring that that finance flows in to many of these, both for sustainable development goals as well as climate action. I'll briefly touch upon technology because I strongly believe that will be critical. The digital public infrastructure will be a very critical driver of growth and financial inclusion in the years to come. And that model has been broadly accepted during G20 presidency as being a model of open source and open APIs and it being interoperable. So that technology and AI in particular will also come in for discussion, especially in the context of how do we ensure that AI, artificial intelligence, is used for human good? And how do we limit user cases in cases where it can cause human harm? And so it will be a very progressive, very developmental oriented leaders declaration to my mind. My view is that at the leaders level, we should be very leaders-like. We must continue to evolve G20 into an agile body which is able to respond to global shocks while arriving at a consensus on the future direction that we want the world to take. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the challenge of geopolitics. My view is that geopolitics must take a backseat because this is an economic forum. This is a forum for economic growth and financial inclusion. We are not responsible for creating the Ukraine crisis. It is an important issue. It's an important issue for one part of the world, but there are many other challenging issues of SDG, climate change, etc., which should occupy the primacy in a G20 economic agenda. It should not get hijacked by one issue alone, because that will impact the rest of the world and the credibility of G20 will get lost. So these are my broad views. Thank you very much.
It's like, you have such a clear perspective that I'm not sure whether we can add that much, but let me first say that putting what you've had to say with the structure of the conference, one could basically compartmentalize it into, as it were, issues on the supply side, labor, productivity, technology, issues on the demand side, which include mission life and essentially doing something about circular economy, the wastefulness of current consumption patterns, but most of all, intermediation, because you think it is the plumbing that is failing to link demand and supply together. So at least this is the framework I would impose on what you've had to say. And since and you've put a lot of emphasis, certainly on the multilateral development banks, but also to some extent on the global financial architecture. Now, we happen to have amongst the participants, and I hope they won't mind that I reach out to them. So Ottaviano has been at a senior level in the World Bank. Marie has been at an even more senior level at the World Bank. So Marie, the question that put to Homi yesterday. So is the sluggishness and the imperviousness of the multilateral development banks, this is not about diagnosis. I mean, what responsibility do the shareholders take? What responsibility do we get the system unstuck? Let me start with Ottaviano. You were there earlier, but you've also been, I think, at the IDB. And maybe where's Santiago also. So three people. Yeah. Tao also. Yeah. Okay. So we have people who've been at the senior most levels of the MDBs. What can the G20 do to send a powerful signal that, look, the world has changed, you'd better change as well? Let me start with you, Ottaviano, perhaps.
Okay, thank you. And let me make then a provocation. The good side of not being in the positions is that we are free to say whatever we.
People, the mic.
Yes. First point that I would like to make. Despite the dreams, it will not be possible to do tricks so as to enable the World Bank to lend, for instance, much more. Of course, the report made by the experts for the G20 observed that being less conservative with respect to the capital to assets ratio, some resource could be liberated. And it's true. Mari knows quite well, as well as Tao as well, how the World Bank is managed, for instance, in a very much risk-averse manner. Okay. Well, the World Bank, the board, has discussed this year a proposal to reduce the level of capital to assets ratio from 20% to 19%. Wow. That's going to provide additional $5 billion per year. That is to say, $50 billion in 10 years.
Again, I don't want to be too interventionist, but we only have an hour. So in 1963, in response to the fact that India could no longer afford IBRD terms, IDA was created.
Yes.
Okay, so is it that the belief that the developing world, that development is a public good, has that belief, as it were, disappeared? Is there fear of the shift in economic? Is that the underlying issue?
Well, with respect to multilateral institutions, my feeling after 20 years in all positions, both at the board, as staff, as a deputy minister, and so on. I mentioned yesterday the Meltzer report, because I do believe that it is a reference that has remained quite strong there. The idea that the multilateral development finance should move sooner or later out from IBRD to do grants and concessionalities. This is...
Ottaviano, what Amitabh is saying is, for God's sake, mobilize the private sector.
I get there. But before that, since you mentioned India made the move to IDA, and more recently, in the second half of the last decade, accept to be graduated to IBRD, but had to demand as a sort of a commitment that there would be open space in the little lending space of IBRD to accommodate India's needs. What obviously put a bit to conflict between India and other middle-income borrowers. I'm just telling that there is an overall view that is not friendly in this regard. And to be seen, for instance, the US government has clearly given signals that it is not very much fond of raising new capital. So these tricky things of, reduce the capital to asset ratio and so on, let's not be, or as the experts came with the idea of using the callable capital. Come on.
Okay.
I finish. I finish. Since you provoked, now let me complete.
And what's the view of Brazil? Anyway, so
I'm not talking about Brazil, but addressing the issue that you mentioned, that is promising to be seen, which is, since the money available from multilateral institutions is little, it's going to be small, instead of using it to finance directly investments, to use it in a way that, let's say, cover some of those risks in the matrix of risks, regarding which the private sector doesn't feel comfortable with, so as to crowd in and make it larger. And this has been the mantra, but in practice, it's still to be seen. But that's the way forward. It will be crowding in private investment rather than crowding out. But in with more capital. There is no magic. There'll have to be an increasing amount of capital of the institutions. Contrary to the declaration.
I mustn't fail in my final act as chair. So let's quickly move on because I do want to give airtime to everybody. Murray.
Yes, thanks for posing a very easy question to answer. But since I'm no longer at the bank, I feel a little bit freer to give a more candid view. I think the onus lies both in the management and in the shareholders. It's not one or the other, but the shareholders, obviously, when you talk about capital, that's a shareholder issue. So I think if you look at the way the evolution roadmap is evolving and the recommendations made by the G20 task force, it's going in the right direction. But it's more about, can you actually implement that, right? I mean, the first part of it is tiny, as he was saying. It's between 60 to 160 billion over 10 years, which is about 16 billion a year. That's just from optimization of the balance sheet, which is part of it's a follow-up, right, from the G20 CAF report from last year. And at least they're willing to talk about it. I mean, if you look at it 2 years ago, they weren't even willing to talk about it. Now, at least you've got that little window. But we all know, as Homi's presentation and also the task force report from chaired by N.K. Singh and Larry Summers show, you need much more than that. And I think the G20 Sherpa also mentioned it. The scale is large. Is it 3 trillion? Is it 5 trillion? And 2 trillion comes from domestic resource mobilization. 1 trillion comes partly from MDBs and private sector, right? So that's the challenge. And the moment you talk about increased capital, that's where you get into the geopolitics because of the shareholding changes, which at the moment they are not going there, but they will have to go there. I think one of the previous discussions mentioned that. But so I think it will get there. But is it going to be a capital increase, or is it going to be one of the other suggestions to get out of this shareholding voting is to create a fund, a global public goods fund, whatever it's going to be called, where there would be funds that would go there without affecting the shareholding, right? So that's...
Let me again sharpen what I hear Amitabh saying. Is there political commitment at the leaders' level to say, to use Homi's term, the world is on fire, business as usual won't work? Okay, and that's the signal that needs to go. And Homi also said it needs to go with the active support of the G20 members from the South. And his assertion was that until they say, look, what you are asking of us cannot happen unless you start to put language in the communique on a capital increase. Is that a deal to be cut or not?
Should be. I mean, if you could actually get the G20 leadership to, maybe the language is not going to be capital increase, but certainly more resources, right? Because as I said, capital you're going to have to. That's a very hard negotiation because capital increase equals to change in voting rights. But if the lower call is to have just more resources,
right?
And even that's not going to be an easy call, given how much is going to the war in Ukraine, both for the developed countries. What is their appetite to put real money on the table? Because that's the ask, and that's where I think Homi's point yesterday, I would repeat it here, is that the developing countries need to be very clear the ask, and it's the delta. it's not taking something away from what you already have for something else. The delta. And IDA is already well structured for least developed countries. It's the emerging middle income countries. If you're going to address the climate change, you have to, the scale and urgency is with the middle income countries. And there's not enough resources and technology going there unless you have this bigger funding available. And to the point about crowding in private capital, I think there's a wide agreement that it's not going to happen without concessionary resources that will de-risk and lower the costs that will crowd in the private sector. And my final point is that I think it's not just, I think developing countries should not be just about asking for money, but also what are we willing to do to have those investments, and that we also believe in that. And this is where I think, to be on a practical term, what you're asking is kind of like a very high call political commitment. But I think India, Indonesia, and then Brazil and South Africa, you could show the way by showing that the South is not about top down telling us what needs to be done, but that we can actually do it. I mean, I kind of like the recommendations yesterday, and I think it was also just mentioned about projects. You know, issue is always, where's the projects? Where's the pipeline of projects?
Okay, and Amitabh raised that one too.
Yeah, so I think I was just going to say the energy transition, this joint initiative on the energy transition, but on our terms, a South-South, India and Indonesia can actually cooperate on that and show proof of concept that it can be done, it can be structured with all those elements in there. Because otherwise we're just continuing to talk in the abstract, that you don't have an example. Once you have an example, hopefully you can scale it up faster, right? That's kind of my point. And for Brazil, final point on Brazil, because it's Brazil next year, I would also pick adaptation and carbon markets as the kind of the next area where South-South voice needs to be translated into something which is very
some
real.
of this is kind of proof of concept outside the G20, or is part of the
Part of the G20.
But you know, I do. There are other issues as well. So on this MDB issue, let me call on Tazal, Santiago, and maybe you too, Paul, since you had been, at the working level. So Santiago, any? Oh no, yep.
Thank you, Subha. And I used to work at the MDB, but I stayed away for a long time. I would like to pick up on the idea where Amita just mentioned it. It's not the issue of the gap of the financing. The money is there. And how to mobilize the private sector money, which is the main sources for financing. And certainly MDB has a role to play. I should say it's not only the MDB has a role to play. And the entire public sectors, whether or not you are regulators or you are financing providers or even the central bankers, you all have a role to play. And I don't think any one of them should expel themselves out of the game. And MDB, I totally agree with Mary that the MDB should play a bigger role in terms of the size of the financing capacity. To get it, of course, that's the issue of up to the shareholder to discuss. On other parts, for example, the regional MDB also have to play how to coordinate between these within the family MDB. That's another issue. So I heard the other day someone mentioned that we should set up a MDB forum. I totally agree with that. Indeed, MDB already have regular discussions among themselves during twice a year, particularly during the IMF and the World Bank meeting. Here, I would want to emphasize that, the bilateral, and also between the national government and also between the central banks, the coordination also played a role. Because I'm right now coming from the BIS, I want to emphasize that, before we move up, the financial stability is a key to start with. I'm sure the G20 will pick up on that at the very beginning point. Right now we have inflation. Part of the world have high inflation, not over yet. What we call the last mile. Last mile is very sticky. It will be there for longer. And that's up to us who have to prepare. Without that, there's no basis for sustainable growth. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, it is daunting. Time is clicking. Then we have to be prioritize among ourselves. What is the best to begin with? To me, financial stability has to be there.
I strayed a little bit. I should have come to you more on the monetary system. I'll come back to Santiago, but since you are at the BIS and were at the fund, and
the World Bank.
Oh, okay. So
and the ADB.
Right. So there was expressed the perception, which is very relevant to the way that Ricardo formulated the issue, that perceptions of risk are very different from actual risk. And there were various proposals on how to, as it were, mutualize perceptions of risk. So what references in the leaders' communique, or what actions do you think are feasible to move from perhaps excessive perceptions of individual country risk to mutualize country risk using the balance sheet of perhaps the MDB, but also using, as it were, the reputation of the IMF?
I don't. Okay, this is not for IMF to say. From my perspective, one word, which is very important if we talk about the, which is the determination of the G20. Want to make sure, first, of course, financial stability will be there. Second, these G20 economies are determined to push forward the agenda. Bring determination that will reduce the gap between the perceived risk and the actual risk. The actual risk is there. We don't deny it.
But the point that made yesterday, and Ellen Ray made, and a lot of work of the BIS about the global financial cycle. I mean, where we are at the moment is that there are spillovers from monetary policy originating in the metropole, which therefore makes it very difficult to finance this kind of transition. Is this an issue for the fund, or is it not an issue for the fund? Is it an issue for the BIS? You can't insist on financial stability in the presence of a global financial system that's run like a casino. I mean, the Latins have known this for a while, and now it's coming to Asia.
Let me speak on the BIS part. Certainly, we care about the spillover effect. But at the same time, we understand the advanced economy, they have to take care of their inflation problems first. Then, for the rest of the world, particularly the Asia, then the spillover effect, we have to prepare. I remember, Suji, we were talking about the spillover effect back and forth for a long time. So certainly, we care.
Okay, I've spent half an hour on intermediation, but look, well, since you've been at the coalface in the FWG with the Indians, and then have been at a more senior level, now you're looking at this from CG. So, I mean, how do we break out of this, unsatisfactory equilibrium, on the MBB side or on the global financial architecture side? How do you see it?
I would just say, I think I'm also the only person in this room to have served on the board of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank as well, which is a completely different kettle of fish. I won't go there. But I will say on balance sheet optimization, to start with that, I was part of discussions with the World Bank 10 years ago when we first started this discussion, and the pushback came as much from the internal bank people, about 1% or 2%, as from caution in the donor government. So it is a two-way street there, and I think the bank could go further, but that can only go so far. So then you get into the question of how much money is available from development assistance portfolios, and we all know that DA has been pretty flat or even negative in some cases. Debt servicing charges just went up in both the EU and the US, I think, since I've been in India in the last 72 hours. So money's going to be tight. I do like this idea of the Global Commons Fund or something along those lines as attracting potential new investment from the donor community. One of the challenges that I've seen in these draftings of communiques and other things is there are 10 asks, climate finance, et cetera, which is easier to say no to all 10 than a real focused initiative on one or two. And it's always a balance for the presidency because you've got to accommodate everything. But there may be a way to prioritize one or two things a little more informally. One point that I would make is that all development assistance portfolios typically have some flexibility to balance between bilateral assistance and multilateral assistance. So every year, there's a little bit of an allocation there that is within the portfolio. So if there's enough of an attraction, money can be found to focus a little bit.
So I agree with Ottaviano. Putting at the margins is not going to do the trick. We need more fresh money. My suggestion is change the orientation and nature and objective of the World Bank so that it is perceived as a world agency to fight climate change. When you go to the European governments and the Americans and the Canadians, they're asking for delta money for making schools in Peru, making health clinics in Senegal. You're asking money to improve the world environment. Use the World Bank as an agency on climate change. Specialized regional development banks, the overlap that they currently have with the World Bank. So the World Bank does basically and mostly climate change lending big time. They don't lend anymore to education, or to make roads, or to make health clinics. That's done by the Asian Development Bank, by the African Development Bank, by the IDB. Then you can either put all the chips into the World Bank, the big world issue which really matters for the G20, which is climate change, and then all these guarantees, all the financial instruments. Separately, then you streamline processes, you specialize, you concentrate, you focus, you have one single objective, one instrument. That's really what matters most for the world. A lot of the regional stuff matters still, right? Helping people, build schools and reforms and all that. That can be done by the regional development banks, can be strengthened. Then the capitalization of that is a regional issue. They worked for the IDB for a long time. Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and Peru are big enough, and they're big boys. They could capitalize the bank if the Americans would allow to just pour their own share. But that's a separate minor battle. I don't know the story about the African bank. I don't know the story about the Asian bank, but the Japanese would like to do that. The G20 could, right now, given the urgency, is on one thing and say, we're not asking for money for development. We're asking for money to improve everybody's buffer around the world. The best way to do it is in middle income growing economies that are going to be a lot of, CO2 producers who use the money there, and everybody gains worldwide. And I think that's a different sell than we want more money to make more schools in Honduras. That doesn't sell in the US Congress. But lowering the temperature in Phoenix sells in the US Congress.
Okay,
Perhaps this is the right moment to bring Ashima in. Ashima, are you interested in this part of the discussion mainly? Why don't you go ahead?
With this, the necessity of financial stability, because when we're talking about leveraging private finance, what's very, very important is the cost of finance and volatility in asset prices and all this, the surges in capital flow, which we see in emerging markets, spillovers from different types of overreaction in policy in advanced economies, all raises the cost of borrowing for emerging markets. So, and relying too much on MDBs and MDB reform, we know it's a very slow process, very long process. So I think we need to look at other options also. And therefore, G20 typically has always talked about market determined exchange rates, for example, but India has done a good job, and India's risk premium is coming down because volatility has decreased in the currency because of the use of reserves and so on. So one thing G20 could do is flag different kinds of policies. We're talking about Helene Ray's work and that help reduce these global spillovers and reduce country risk premium, what countries can do. Second is what financial markets themselves can do. There are special funds that use portfolio hedging type of policies, because long-term hedges are not available for infrastructure. So, and they are, but they are really helping. This is Amitabh's point about the information that the MDB system has, that IMF has on exchange rates. It's a fund that uses this exchange rate information from IMF and reduces hedging costs. So not hedging costs, just the cost of borrowing. So therefore, and this is much less costly than standard hedging. So therefore, making that data available, that's a specific thing G20 could push. The MDB system should make its data available to private parties. That would also help reduce. And the final thing is regulation, because what we've seen with regulation in G20 was because it started with the global financial crisis, a lot of focus on financial regulation. But again, it was the AE agenda, and that was banks are the problem, regulate banks, big banks. Now and then in 2016, it was decided this problem is solved, we don't need to do more. But in 2020, you saw large outflows from short-term money market funds. Then the call came, regulate these. Then we saw pension funds recently in the UK. Then the call, okay, regulate. So this is a financial system is subject to arbitrage. So regulation based on first principles of excess volatility, reducing arbitrage, asymmetric information, increasing disclosure, all that. Now, here I would like, this is not going to happen in a hurry, but India should flag the issue, start the discussion, because we have a lot of emerging markets coming in. So microprudential regulation, I've done some research which shows that the pattern of regulation is very different in emerging and advanced economies, very narrowly focused. And it is creating risks and fault lines in their own financial sector. So therefore, change happens. G20 has been most effective when there's a crisis. It started with the global financial crisis. G20 was able to do something. But today the world is burning, the climate and other related, we are seeing continual spillovers. Zhao is telling us we have to live with it. But we need to do something to reduce the costs of living with it. A lot of research, the World Bank Global Economic Perspective shows for 50 emerging markets, growth was lower in 2010s than it was in the earlier decade. Because of all the spillovers they faced from these kind of policies, and the global financial system did not support or reduce these spillovers, and it needs to do that. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Essentially what, Ashima, you see the G20 as guiding the FSB. Is that right? These are FSB issues.
Right.
But
we have been talking about regulation involving cross-border flows.
Right.
But G20 Leaders Forum needs to flag this as an important issue.
Yeah.
And I think the one thing I would add is that have specific action points and timelines, so that things actually move. It's not just talk.
Okay, because I'm a finance guy myself, I may have spent too much time on this. But Alicia, so I mean, here's one take on Amitabh's problem or Amitabh's formulation. The needs are in Asia, the savings pools are in Asia, both in China and in Japan. Most, as it were, Wall Street firms are, maybe not as much as tech, have Asians, Indians at the top. So why are we so dependent on outsourcing all of this to Wall Street? I mean, what is possible internal? There's a technocratic issue and there's a geopolitical issue. If India and China were on speaking terms, could we bypass, as it were, the US? What do you think?
It's really up to India to decide to do A or B, but I think going back to the assumptions you're making that this is about Wall Street, I would argue that it might not be. In fact, China's tremendous production of green tech, as I mentioned during my presentation, is not financed by Wall Street, financed by China's Development Bank, China's Exim Bank. So you have a choice there as well, if you so wish. But you might not wish, which is a different topic. But it's not so much about the finance. I think I would argue that finance will follow if the projects are there, whether it's Wall Street, China, you name it. I think that's the idea that this has to be concessional to me, given the potential returns of, again, more production of green tech is not something I would buy. I think the money could be there. The question is, is this supply chain to be expanded beyond China's dominance at the moment feasible? So I can only tell you that at Google, which someone we've actually studied, which shows that it would take 10 years for Europe, and this is not about finance or innovation for that matter. It's about physical capacity to control all of the steps of the supply chain. There are instances where, say, silicon wafers for solar panels are imported in as much as 98% from China. The silicon, though, is sold from Germany to China, but it's then... so there is so many constraints that any investor, whether in Wall Street or elsewhere, will say, I don't believe you can do this. And even if the World Bank were to increase, the funding, they may still say, I don't believe you can do this. So it's a problem.
So the money is there, as Amitabh said. Yeah. Projects aren't there.
The credibility of the projects isn't there. I think that's something that needs a supply response, a coordinated supply response.
Okay, so I had put into my supply bucket technology and the real side. I think path-breaking work of CEW was on the cost of finance. Maybe you want to bring some other perspective. Please feel free.
Thank you. I don't think we can live in a world of either ors. I think it's a combination of projects not being there, but it's also a combination of money not looking for those projects. And this is where the point about information that Mr. Khan brought out, I think it's critical that we emphasize on that. Not just the information about the policies in countries, the regulations emerging from those policies, the projects emerging from those regulations, but also the delta between perceived and real risk that I highlighted yesterday. And I think we've been passing this buck for way too long. Where money is there, projects are not there, projects are there, but money is not there. The problem is that we're expecting the same institution that has not delivered the answers to internally reform itself and suddenly start underwriting these risks. Albert Hirschman wrote this in 1970, Exit, Voice, and Loyalty. If an institution does not provide you the services you need, then you're not going to stay there, you're going to exit. And that's what we're going to see. We're going to have disruption in financial markets. And I think we should be really thinking about how do we
start looking at the innovative ways to reduce that cost of capital rather than keep waiting for those incremental increases in capital, incremental reforms in capital adequacy.
Famous Einstein quote, right? Madness is doing the same thing, but I'm expecting a different outcome.
I do want to say one more thing about supply chains. And again, we did this work for the G20. There's a high concentration of supply chain, and it's not even in the interest of the country where the supply chain has gotten concentrated to be the only last provider and the only first provider of products and services that are needed for the energy transition. So I think it's absolutely critical, as I mentioned yesterday, that we have some version of a coordinated capitalism in the sense of swing from one country, each country becoming protectionist and wanting to make the energy sector as a vertically integrated firm, then we will have a suboptimal market. So how do we actually make electrolyzers in India where we get the critical minerals from somewhere else and the membranes from somewhere else, and the projects happen somewhere else, and the standards for storage and transportation happen somewhere else? This is that coordination that the G20 needs to do. The rest of the market will follow. We've got to start breaking down from these either-or paradigms that we've got stuck in.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is, not that I've been following every working group, that there is language about that, but whether that's consistent with the current geopolitical fracturing is a different matter. Helen, can I bring you in? I see your pylon is up.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to comment on some number of the things that have been mentioned. Well, I agree. I mean, while we wait for the financial innovation to happen for access to capital, I totally agree with Marie that there is a need for increasing resources of the multilateral development banks, because this is our best way to gain leverage rather than just getting one-to-one from elsewhere. And from an African perspective, issue of, for the World Bank to just become a climate bank is not something. I came actually just a couple of weeks ago from Cabo Verde, where we have the IMF World Bank Africa Caucus group for the governors of the World Bank. And one of the things that was actually put in a report that will be later sent for the annual meetings is the need that, for the, yes, it's the right direction to have this focus on global public goods, but it needs to be accompanied with additional funding and should not detract from the key things that the World Bank has been providing, and should not also affect the type of priorities that Africa need, from affordable access to energy that we've been talking about, issues of food security, digitalization, regional integration. All these things need to remain to be able to better service this, a large chunk of the global South. But just wanted to focus, perhaps, if there are things that would be most effective to perhaps have as asks from the G20. I would say, one, the increase of resources for MDBs. Two is the issue of considering for access for concessional financing like IDA, not just the income, vulnerability. I think this is an issue that is coming. It came in the Paris Summit. It came in the Africa Caucus. It's coming over and over, and something that needs to be actually reformed. I would also say that there is a need to really urge the reforms to allow this channeling IMF special drawing rights to MDBs, because while we're saying everyone is stretched with the current crisis, there are idle resources. So let's make sure that we get to use them. Then when we allocate, whenever the SDRs are allocated, let's make sure that the formula goes beyond the IMF, the formula to include liquidity consideration. So we're actually tackling the problem heads on rather than just giving more to those that don't need it.
Fair point. I do have Jean-Louis, Surjit, and is that Nagesh as well? But before that, we didn't fully get into IMF reform, although NK was very keen on that. Look, my own rather, if you like, skeptical on this is the following. That, the IMF mattered for the G7 during Bretton Woods, then, Nixon went off cold, and the G7 basically said, and you look after the unwashed, we'll cut our own deals in the G7. So I see I saw and see the G7 really a way of escaping the discipline that had been agreed to at Bretton Woods in the fund. Now, in effect, one interpretation of both what Larry Summers and Martin put together with the G20 98 and then again was taken forward in 2008 was, a similar deal. Yes, all these things need to be sorted out by the treaty-based organizations, but we're big boys now. You guys join our club. What all of this has basically done, as I see it, is two things. One is that, the credibility of the fund and the bank as neutral purveyors of analysis and advice, I don't think can be taken for granted because, as it were, the tenor of did the fund have anything to say about financial sanctions against Russia? Should it have? Is that part of a global public good? I'm not aware. I may have missed something along the way. So the notion that, again, these existing institutions are purveyors of credibility, and I'm not talking even about their economic forecasts, I think needs examination. And if they have lost that credibility, is it a public good to restore it? How do we restore it? If the G20 is in effect an escape from them. So I just wanted to get that off my chest. And then now, is it, Jean-Louis, you perhaps?
Look, just two very simple points reacting to what Amitabh said right off the bat. And so, as some of you know, I'm a recovering academic. And as a recovering academic, when I heard Amitabh talk about the flow of capital, what he was basically expressing was the Lucas paradox. Robert E. Lucas, who left us recently, very famous paper from 35 years ago, which was entitled, "Why Doesn't Capital Flow from Rich to Poor Countries?" And the explanation for the Lucas paradox, because the marginal rate of return is going to be higher in poor countries than in rich countries, his explanation for rate of return, and he had this memorable example in terms of the ratio of the rates of the return between, and it was the US and Bangladesh, if memory serves me correctly, in the original QJE paper, was because of complementary factors missing in what we would today call the global south. And the second point that Amitabh made was that in some sense, this is a problem of asymmetric information. It's a problem of asymmetric information because we're not getting the information on the bankable projects, SMEs in Africa, you name it. That's an asymmetric information problem. And an asymmetric information problem, standard, even a Chicago economist to the right of Attila the Hun is going to say there has to be some kind of public intervention to solve that asymmetric information problem, which doesn't necessarily mean throwing billions or trillions at it. It may mean funding mechanisms, which could be VPI, for example, to solve that asymmetric information problem so that we bring, to use Suman's words, the supply and the demand, so that the twain actually do meet.
An influential person not to be part of this conversation. Are you bursting to say something, or should I take the others and come back to you?
Summarize this in your own moment, but just let me go back over the conversation and say that I think San Diego has the key to mobilizing the political will it's necessary to deal with the circumstances that Amitabh described. Now, he's not suggesting that we're going to, one fell swoop, change the whole mandate of the World Bank. It's a question of accentuating this responsibility more broadly, but the World Bank in particular. So this is not too hard a call, I would think, leaders to take on. And if they take on that call, they've solved some of the problems that Amitabh has in dealing with the geopolitics. Because the world is burning trade, certainly a crisis has to be managed, mobilizing the political will. And that crisis was something tangible, like accentuating these responsibilities for a bank and a sensible way to frame conversation among leaders at this point in time. Just one additional point, which relates to, I think, perhaps really important junction about mobilisation of private financial capital. There's a lot of work going on with China and the United States, importantly, at a working level, sustainable financial working group effort in the G20 that I think maybe the time has come to do something about. And that relates to the observations here about that Sheena made about international financial regulatory process. But in this particular context, that is, it might be time now to refer to central bank governors the interest in national financial reform, visit the Basel III rules to address the issue of releasing more resources through the international private financial sectors to sustainable investment.
And thanks for raising the SDR issue because I think it tends to be ignored amongst the middle income countries. Yeah. So,
if I may just add one thing also that I felt when we read the summary, we felt it was like kind of screaming at me, which is the reform of the G20 common framework. I think this is something that is in the core of the G20, and in the environment we're in, with all this rising the vulnerability and the distress, I think this is where a huge support from the G20 to the Global South can be in really reforming the system and including, for the framework to include middle income countries, to do the reforms we talked about, whether it's issues of standstill upon application of the debt service, looking at comparability of treatment. This will make a huge difference to so many countries in the South. So I hope that it features in the summary.
Okay, I'm a little unclear myself about the relationship between the debt roundtable and the G20, but you're perfectly right that under the Saudi presidency, the SSI came out of the Finance Track Action Plan. So that's what you have in mind, is it? Review the common framework and the Finance Track still has another meeting at Marrakesh, but so include this in there. Yes, because the common framework was an outcome of the Saudi presidency, am I right?
And basically, I mean, this is the G20 was the forum in which this common framework came, which was a great way of really, upgrading to the realities of the creditor landscape. But, with everything that is happening, so many middle income countries getting in trouble and the world on fire, as we said, this needs to be also updated and with the leadership of the G20 to progress better in debt resolution mechanism.
We'll now recognize Nagesh and Suji. Is there anybody else who was on the program who wishes to intervene? Otherwise, that I'll turn it back to Amitabh and then to Jean-Louis, and bring the session to a close. Nagesh.
Thank you, Suman. I think it has been a fascinating conversation since yesterday. Listening to Sherpa is always very rejuvenating. I think we all recognize that stage to sustainable development of finance and technology. While finance is clearly very important, and there are many interesting proposals which have been put on the table, and understanding the needs, we are debating whether it is 3 billion or 5 trillion, but staggering amount. This finance is also available, and it is about how to get there and mobilize it. So institutional architecture and all. But on technology, and Sherpa mentioned about the very important work that India has done in its presidency about to share the digital public infrastructure that India has invested in with other countries. But the important point about technology, I mean,
this is very much part of and very important agenda to pursue and make it a global public good, helping other countries benefit from India's experiences. But we should also not lose sight of transfer of technology, getting access to other conventional environmentally sound technologies, developing countries who may not be able to innovate themselves and be able to pursue the agenda of sustainable development for lack of access to right technology. Yesterday, reference was made to carbon capture and storage kind of technologies which are coming up. Many countries will remain dependent on, including India, longer periods on fossil fuels, including coal. So, how do we ensure access to environmentally sustainable technologies should also not be lost sight of? And in that context, my mind goes to one of those around, agreements, trips, where when we were convinced to sign on that, I mean, developing countries, when we were pushed to sign on that, one of the things which was said was that there is an explicit clause for transfer of technology under Article 66.2, which unfortunately was never elaborated. That will be used, or it remained as a best endeavor clause ever since. So maybe G20 is pushing that to give a meaning to something like that and begin implementing, because it is number one, a big constraint. I'm just ending. Big constraint. Thank you. And you also mentioned that was the promise under the original UNF to pursue, but that did not survive Paris. I'm told that even though we started late, we do need to end very quickly. And this is not, I mean, you're friends enough, you'll not see this the time trying to cut you off, but you have the last word.
We cut me off. Two very quick points and full recognition. One, we need to study two things. First, the speed with which the IMF and the G7 reacted to dishing out loans without questions when the COVID crisis hit.
So we're going to say Ukraine.
No, I mean the COVID crisis. It needs to be questioned, analyzed, and very quickly, the IMF moved from dishing out the loans, and this is before the Ukraine crisis, saying, oh, the problem is called a debt crisis. So I think we need to study the motivations or the interests, etc. Second, the point that Amitabh is one of the very few people, indeed, the only person who's made an effort to compare and suggest $3 trillion is not even a drop in the bucket. What the G20, the G7 can do is to assemble the data on taxes, on savings, and financial assets, private capital. Let's forget public capital. That's not where the game is. And see what is there in the advanced world, developing world, India, China, etc., that can be mobilized. Just let's get the numbers. So how much capital is there? And Amitabh is the only one to say that 3 trillion seems a hell of a lot, not even a drop in the bucket.
That last word, again, any reactions or I know you're due elsewhere, but this was really meant to be heard by you, but you don't need to react unless you wish to.
May I say the following, that the management of the global economy will be far more complex at both aggregate and individual level. Inequalities are going to rise very sharply, both within and twin countries. We see a lot of polarization in the making, alternative payment and financial systems, alternative technological ecosystems, alternative trading system. There will be a huge amount of strategic competition which will come in the years to come. There's also a challenge of falling productivity, which has not been pointed out here, but productivity has actually been falling down for several decades. It's intensified during pandemic. And the loss of schooling during the pandemic will actually add to this. Now, my view is that international financial institutions are more important than ever before, but they require the right mandate and they require reformed governance structure to operate in the new era. That is not happening. And there is a global common, and the global common, who will look after the global common and who should look after poverty reduction. There's a challenge. There is also it is also very clear that public and private investments will need to be analyzed for the global common. And what should the repurposed IFIs look like is an issue of debate, which needs to be discussed in really the finance track. How do IFIs support, basically the challenge is not about risk of emerging market, but about wide risk mitigation. That is important. And as far as surveillance is concerned, I would say that the existing financial system has been very, very unfair to emerging markets, largely because if you look at the surge in capital and liquidity and the increase in the size and speed of shocks, do the IMF, the FSB and the BIS have an adequate knowledge and even the coverage, the bandwidth to handle macro issues? I mean, look at inflation, look at global risks, look at liquidity, look at multilaterally consistent exchange rates, look at liquidity support for emerging markets. They have failed in each one of them. And therefore, they have failed to take care of countries which are really where 2/3 of the growth is going to come from. And if the world has seen movement towards emerging markets from where growth is going to come from, each one of these institutions has been a miserable failure.
Okay. Ben's fighting words. Jean-Louis has passed, and so it just remains for me to thank everybody in the room, firstly our foreign guests for engaging so intensely in discussion with the Indian speakers and for because this was not Chatterhouse, for willing to be open on issues of this depth and complexity. So thank you for all the contribution you've made, but also our partners, IDRC, GDN, and Kapil in particular for having, up this, I don't know whether I'd call it a bouquet or a poison chalice, and as it were, having provided us with the resources to, and also the, resources are less of the issue, but in a sense, the chapeau for this being seen as a global event. Then all the people in the back, and there may be other people from GDN and IDRC, but certainly from Niti Aayog, I'm fortunate that Amitabh and CEO have, as it were, provided me with the kinds of teams to mount something on this size and scale. So thank you to everybody. Safe travels, and let's hope this network somehow to interact with each other, and certainly we will, as was said by Jean-Louis, we will be hounding some of you. So with that, let me bring this to an end, and let's give each other a round of applause. Thank you, Amitabh.
Maybe in the press conference, one thing we might bring up is